Yes, it simply, well, it obviously dialed by IS.
Well, a very good morning. Welcome to the Incora County Ground here in Derby for the final day of the LV County Championship match. Derbyshire against Worcestershire. First thing to tell you that it's a bright and glorious sunny morning. There was some rain around early, and certainly other places not a million miles from here have reported rain, but we are fine here and play underway on time. Pretty simple scenario from a Worcestershire point of view. Basically, they've probably got to bat all day to save the game, and Derbyshire will be looking for the proverbial early wickets. The phrase is, the first hour is vital. Everybody says that every day of every county cricket match. I'm Dave Bradley. Dave Fletcher is alongside me.
You are, aren't you?
I am.
Yes,
I have been for some years now.
Yes.
Well, ever since the court case.
Yes.
But yeah, nice to have you with us. Thank you.
Well, nice to have you both with us because, of course, we don't have anybody on the BBC Sport website. Can I just explain to people who will be listening on the stream here at Derbyshire that at points there will be noises on the line because I'm desperately trying to get in touch with the BBC Sport website, and at the moment, I'm just struggling.
We'll be making contact after that with the Marie Celeste because there'll be more people there than there are on BBC.
Well, yeah, bless him. I've just found somebody who's on his day off, and he was very, very helpful, but he was very much on his day off. He sounded like he might actually have still been in bed.
Here's Jake Libby to face the first ball of the day. Connor's bowling from the racecourse end, turn away on the onside. No run. I suspect that will be a phrase that we shall repeat several times throughout the day, that there is no run. It is basically Worcestershire have got to bat for as long as they possibly can, maybe till 5 o'clock tonight. And if they do that, it'll be a draw. But if they don't, there really could be an interesting scenario. Like maybe Derbyshire need 100
off 10.
Well, yeah, 100 off 10 overs to win the game. So it could be a really interesting day's cricket as Libby waits. Connor's next ball is short and he plays it out to mid-on. There's no run. Well, every day. It's like my granddad used to say about beer. There's no such thing as bad beer, but some's better than others. So there's no such thing as a bad day at the cricket, but some days are better than others.
Have you ever written a full book of all your
my granddad's well, when I do my autobiography, there'll be a chapter. I think, No, I've very rarely had a conversation with my granddad.
Do you have an 11 o'clock today?
I do, yeah. Is it that time?
Well, I'm listening to the news now.
Okay, I'll scoot off.
I didn't want to.
No, it's fine.
Sam Connors in arm bowls to Jake Libby, who gets the first run of the morning by clipping this one into the leg side. And as they move on to 64. We're getting somewhere here. So I'm trying to multitask and struggling desperately. Thank you, Sean. Obviously, Sean isn't listening because this next one, a big appeal for leg before wicket, but sounded like there was some bat in that. As a result, once we get past the news and the update here, I might just try it quickly again. Just bear with. Clearly not working. And here's the update. That was close. Yeah, gloriously sunny here at the County Ground, which isn't necessarily what Derbyshire would have wanted. They wouldn't have minded a bit of cloud cover, but they're bowling and they need to get Worcestershire out as quickly as possible. We're in the first over. They've added just one run. Jake Libby's moved on to 18. Azhar Ali's there on 10, and Worcestershire are 60 for 1, still trailing by 137. Always better when you're not trying to do technical things, and then you can concentrate on what you're actually supposed to be concentrating on, which is slightly which isn't the case at the moment. That one's left alone outside the off stump to go through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, and the first over comes to an end. And as a result, well, I do apologise for these noises, but there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. So bear with. That's not worked, brothers.
Okay. Cleared.
And they do know, because I've just had an email back
To say.
saying I've got you on, and that's the number I've just dialed.
Oh. They've got us on, but we can't.
Well, no. It said I've got you. Oh. Is that what you're attempting to dial into?
Right.
It is. That's my latest. So we've made contact with a human being.
Oh.
Or an automated email, but one or the other.
Did you press 2 for X-ray? That was the thing.
Yes.
The fun we have.
It's Saranga Lackmel look. Bowling from the city end, and Jake Libby pushes this one out into the offside. Shan Masood does the fielding. I'm going to start getting messages soon.
Messages?
Yeah, saying, oh, you're not on the internet. No, we're not on the internet, you're right.
It's raining in Southampton, apparently. It's only Hampshire playing the Sri Lankan. I say only Hampshire playing the Sri Lankan Cricket Academy, but it is raining there.
That's quite a long way away, though, isn't it?
It is. You wouldn't want to walk that far, would you?
No, you wouldn't. No. I was thinking that the rain might take a while to get here. From Southampton.
Yeah. M25,
Well, I
suppose.
wouldn't go that way. No. Might get caught. Here's Blackwell, 2 slips in place, bowls to Jake Libby, who pushes this up towards mid-off, where Billy Coddleman does the fielding.
Lovely morning. As I was saying earlier, I was out and about relatively early this morning, and there was some spots
What's
around.
relatively early?
7:30. I know you.
I was in the car at 6.
I know you didn't go to bed.
14 degrees.
Right.
Got in the car.
Unusual model of a car. I've never heard of one of those. Is that a Datsun? A Datsun 14 degrees.
Yeah. Separation. Next delivery is defended up to Billy Coleman once again by Jake Libby. To sort of take it as read that when you hear wee, that means that the batsman's defended it with the middle of his bat up towards Billy Coddleman or Lewis Rees, who's filling at mid-on.
Yeah, never a chance.
Because there'll be a lot of noise. The noise will become less and less until a wicket falls, and then it'll build again, of course. I don't know who Sean is, but he's a very nice man, and he's trying to help me. Here's Lackmel once more over the wicket, bowls to Libby, who, you guessed it, pushes it out into the offside, and it's fielded by Shan Masood.
It's not that runs don't matter, because they do, because Worcestershire get 297. It becomes even more difficult for Derbyshire to try and win the game, but it's time out of the game, really, and it's almost worth counting down the overs. There's 94 left after this one. Although, of course, if the game is dead at 10-5, you can shake hands, but the last game finished at 6:20.
Yes, just gone 6:20.
Yeah.
Terrific. Well, it was good. It was a great game. It was a really good game of cricket. Lackmel bowls that one. Just his initial movement is back into the crease, and then he goes forward, Jake Libby, and pushes this one out square on the offside, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. How could I forget Anuj?
He's walking a bit stiff this morning. I think she did a lot of running around yesterday. Did a lot of batting and a bit of bowling as well. So
then had to go and stand and talk to me.
Yeah.
The worst part of his entire day. Without question. Lackmel in and bowls when he gets an inside edge, and it does actually go in front of the stumps, but for a moment Jake Libby was concerned where that ball had gone, because he turned around in a fairly startled manner, as it is. He survived. It's the end of the over. I notice Alex Hughes, number 18, is the man on as the substitute fielder. He was out away playing club cricket with Swarkston yesterday, but he is on because, of course, one of yesterday's batting heroes. I use the word heroes lightly.
He did well.
Yeah, no, he did. Well, he got a career best. Ryan Sidebottom.
Yeah. After you wrote off the Derbyshire lower order.
Well, cannot bat. Yeah.
Here's Sam Connors. He's on his way from the racecourse end, right arm over to the right-handed Azar Ali, who flicks this down to fine leg, and in fact, he's gone away for 4. Very fine, nice little leg glance, and the total goes to 64 for 1. Azar Ali goes to 14. If you keep hearing this funny noise in the background, it's on the screen. This is We
are now on. I'm going to reply to this young man who's helped me out.
Young man.
Well, I assume he's a young man.
So those of you who missed us early doors, basically you haven't missed anything much. We're in the 3rd over of the morning, and Worcestershire have added 5 runs. One past the outside edge of Jake Libby's bat that caused a few alarms, but apart from that, it's been pretty straightforward. Next ball is short and wide of the off stump. Azar Ali raises his bat and lets it go through. Weather check for those of you who've just joined us on the Tinterweb. It is a lovely, bright, sunny morning here. Bit of wispy cloud around, but we are told we are set for that. There might be a shower around 1 o'clock, we're told, but it's pretty decent at the moment.
We'll be tucking into our burgers at that point.
We will, yeah. I'm looking forward to these burgers. You've
very nice.
You've talked them up, mate. Azar Ali waits, and Connor's next ball, he plays back up the pitch. Connor's on his follow through, does the fielding. Not,
You're there. You're
definitely there.
You're on my computer, brother.
No, don't tell me that. No, don't tell me I'm on the internet going all over the world from Reykjavik to Sydney, because that's scary. I'll get very nervous.
It is scary, but
I know. I have to start broadcasting properly, and that'll never do.
I wondered when you were going to start broadcasting properly.
About another 3 or 4 years. It's Connors. Off he goes, and Azar Ali is forward defensively. Quite a little bit squared up, but not that much, and plenty of bat on it, pushed away to just backward of square on the offside. Anemometer air flag. We now got 2. I didn't realise there was another flag beyond the end of the building at the far end, the pavilion building. There is another flag there.
There are 2 actually.
Oh, right, by the entrance.
Yeah, one of them is the name of the ground sponsor.
Yeah.
Which we haven't said on the BBC yet today, so it's Incora.
I didn't mention it when we started. You were trying to sort out the...
Oh, I know, but we weren't on the BBC then.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Next ball is Azar Ali has a go at this one. Now, that's not a ball that he needs to be playing for me. That's way outside his off stump, so I'm not quite sure what he's doing there.
He did it a couple of times in his first innings, didn't he? He just has this little idea where he almost gets drawn into playing a shot that he knows he shouldn't be playing, and it's almost impossible for him not to play it, it seems. But it just offers encouragement to Sam Connors. It's a lot closer today, the weather.
Yes.
Than it has been. Do you not think?
Yeah.
There is some cloud coming in from the west. I know that's where the weather's coming from, but that might aid Derbyshire.
Next ball, and Azar Ali's solidly behind this one, pushes it out on the onside. The 12-man Hughes comes into field. That is the end of the over. Connors has bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 34. Blackmell 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket for 19. The wicket of Ed Pollock yesterday. Thompson bowled 1 over yesterday evening for 4 runs, and Darley's bowled 2 overs for 6 runs. Those are the 4 bowlers used so far by Derbyshire, and I suspect that all 4 will get plenty of work today.
Yes, be interesting to see how much work Alex Thompson gets, won't it? He's got to be the man you would have thought to bowl an awful lot of overs, with there only being the...
Well, Worcestershire spinner Josh Baker bowled 40, so...
First ball of the new over from Saranga. Well, he's edged that one into the ground. Missed that by Alex Thompson. He couldn't stop it. It wasn't catchable high, was it?
No. But he's got a couple, like a while ago.
But he's definitely edged that one. And goes down for 4 runs, which will be of no consolation to Saranga Lackmell. The fact that he took the edge of the bat, but he is the one who's, along with Alex Thompson, you would expect, get the overseas picking up wickets, get the spinner twirling away from the other end. And he's in now to bowl to Jake Libby. There's quite a big gap between first slip and wicketkeeper. This next one is defended back towards Lackmell, but as he bends down, it goes through him. He's hanging his head there, Thompson, almost as if he thinks he could have caught it.
No, didn't carry it. Just
No,
watch the
I
replay.
didn't think it did.
No, he's probably disappointed you didn't stop it, but no, definitely wasn't.
There's a big gap, though, isn't
there is a big gap
between first slip and wicketkeeper.
I noticed that the other day. Yeah,
it sort of makes sense because the wicketkeeper then knows anything to his right is his.
If the wicketkeeper is confident enough to say anything there, I'll grab it.
You can move around a bit. It's almost a second and third slip. It's like Mount balls to Libby, who turns this one into the leg side. Alex Hughes begins the chase for the ball and then stops because it's going to roll all the way through to Lewis Deploy, who's out on the mid-wicket boundary, and he comes in, hurls the ball back. They go through for a single.
I suspect Jake Libby wouldn't be too disappointed to get off the strike there because he's been troubled by Lachmal. And you would think that Lachmal is the key this morning, isn't he? For a couple of wickets in the first hour. Not that he's probably going to bowl for the first hour, but a couple of wickets in the first half an hour then.
He may do. He may do.
If he did get one.
They did bowl together, him and Connors, certainly for an hour at the beginning of a day at Leicester. He's in now and bowls that one. He's a little hurried as a rally, but he pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by his compatriot, Shaun Masood. We set Joel up yesterday with Saranga Lachmal. Saranga comes out to the
Saranga, this is Joel who speaks
Tamil.
Tamil.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Saranga Lachmal comes out of the change room. I don't know, the waving at somebody out on the mid-wicket boundary. Says hello and something to Saranga Lachmal in Tamil. And Saranga says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't speak Tamil." Here's Lachmal in again and bowls. This one is pushed out into the offside. Bless him.
Yeah, he just said, "Sorry, mate, I'm Sinhalese."
Yes, he was.
Still lots of pointing going out over there. What do they want? A helmet on at the end of the over or something? I wouldn't have thought so.
There's a box of balls up there. I can't imagine the umpires are calling for that because we're only 19 overs into this particular ball.
And there's been no objection from the fielding side.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, but there hasn't been yet.
As long as a wicket doesn't fall within the next 10 overs.
There's people putting sweaters on at the far end. I'm not sure about that.
Might be a tad chilly.
But a temporary stand. Lachmal in, ball to Azhar Ali, who drives up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. And there is no run. I wonder if the umpires will sort out on a height. Here we go. They're fetching a sun hat. A floppy sun hat for umpire Lloyd.
Well, he's got a sun hat on, hasn't he?
He's going to have a different sun hat. He wants his other sun hat.
Oh, is that his?
It's his number one sun hat. He's got a pork pie. He's got the old pork pie. He's gone for the pork pie hat.
Ah, right.
He's on the trilby rather than floppy sun hat look.
What's that all about then? The wind's not blowing? Or?
Perhaps he favours the... it looks like a Kiss Me Quick hat from Blackpool, actually. That's what it looks like to me. I wonder if it says that on the front of it. That would be sensational, wouldn't it, if he was wearing a Kiss Me Quick hat?
Here's Connors. He's in and he bowls to Livy. Turns on the onside. There will be no run. But what's he going to do with the other hat, we ask ourselves? You know, he's now a man with two hats. Never trust a man with two hats.
No.
That was really interesting yesterday. Never trust a man with two bananas, and it was apparently it was a wartime thing or a post-war thing. In that bananas were rationed, and if somebody had two bananas, couldn't trust them.
Wrong.
Yeah, I'm pleased about that. Made my day. Here's the next one, which Libby pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. Very sad news overnight, of course, from Australia. That Andrew Simons, fine batsman, just died in a car crash at the age of 46. I saw him clobber a few.
Yes, David Griffin was telling me that there was a game when he played for Lancashire and he took the Derbyshire bowling attack apart in a T20.
Yeah, it's 16 sixes in an innings for Gloucestershire at Abergavenny, a record that was broken by Ben Stokes at Worcester last week. Here's the next ball, which is eased by Libby down to third man, and he'll get four because there is no third man. Totally in control of it, but I'm not sure it came off the full face of the bat. Look at the replay, but nicely played. And the Worcestershire total goes to 73 for 1. 197 is the magic figure, which means that Derbyshire would have to bat again, whatever happened in the match. Yeah, so sad news coming there. And also, of course, overnight, As predicted on this programme yesterday, Ukraine won the Eurovision Song Contest.
And the UK finished second.
And the UK finished second.
Yeah.
Next ball from Connors, Libby goes back and across and pushes away on the offside. There is no. That was still going on at midnight last night. I could not understand that. I mean, I watched a bit of it and thought, I don't think I want to watch any more of that. I was a tired boy, so I went to bed, and then I had to get up for various reasons about midnight. Yeah, they were still going on. They were still adding the scores up. There you go. If people enjoy it, that's fine.
Yes, no, I must admit, I didn't watch any of it.
No.
I've got to say.
Connors races in and bowls, and this is down the leg side. That's gone off something away for 4 something. Let's have a look. It's gone off the bat. Says umpire wide, who has a kind of nice, smooth way of describing a fall. It's as if he's sort of brushing, as if he's brushing his car. He put some stuff on his car to clean it, and he's brushing it. Yeah. Not that I've ever cleaned a car, but well, my Hyundai 14 Degrees was a good car. I enjoyed that one. As in comes Connors and bowls, and this is wide. The stumps through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. And at the end of the over, the total is 77 for 1. Worcestershire. Azhar Ali has 14. Jake Livy has 31. These two have put on 42 so far. Ed Pollock yesterday evening, the 1 wicket to go down in the Worcestershire innings so far. I think umpire Lloyd has deposited his own hat.
I think he gave it to.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he gave it to Lias Deploy, who's now rushed out to the boundary again, which is where he's fielding. Billy Goldman's just had a long chat there with Sam Connors. I'm not sure whether that was a thanks for the moment. Sam, he only bowled a couple of overs yesterday at the start of the innings because he was being absolutely battered by Ed Pollock to all parts. I did see him. He walked down the stairs just after we'd finished speaking to Anuj Dal last night, or before, I can't remember. Suranga Lakmal begins a new over, and this one is left alone outside the off stump by Azhar Ali to go through to Brooke Guest. And I said, "You're right, Sam." I said, "Well, I did say on the radio you looked a little disgruntled." He said, "Yeah, it was rubbish, wasn't it?" I didn't pursue the conversation further because he's a fairly amiable young man, is Sam Connors, but he was clearly still disgruntled.
Yeah, it's not been a good summer for bowlers, is it? Really, they've sort of struggled a bit.
Rally waits, taps his bat. Lakmal is in and he pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Shan Masood. These conditions are just becoming slightly more bowler friendly, I would suggest. The sun has now all but disappeared. It's plenty bright enough, and it's what Derbyshire would want. Now, I've just seen Alex Thompson is an inveterate hand dryer. He's just rubbed his hands in some footmarks miles away from the pitch. He doesn't half like rubbing his hands on the ground.
Dry hands for the spinner.
You wonder how long it'll be before he's into the attack. He's at first slip at the moment as Lakmal bowls. That one's turned down. No, it isn't turned down the leg side. It goes down the leg side. He didn't get any bat on it. It's taken by Brooke Guest.
No play before lunch at Southampton. Kent are in a similar scenario to Worcestershire here today. They got a bat all day to get a draw against Surrey because they're 1 down, but 338 runs away from avoiding the innings defeat. So the Roses match is going to be a bore draw. The match at Edgbaston is going to be an even more of a bore draw. 10 wickets have gone down there for 1,000.
1,000 exactly in it now. Yeah. Lakmal bowls pushed into the offside by Azhar Ali as the sun comes out again. Fielded by Shan Masood, and there's no run. Everybody looks quite warm out there today, though, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Out in the middle, I was talking, as opposed to the gentleman at the far end who put his hoodie on. I've removed mine already. It's the earliest removal of a hoodie this season, I think. I've checked with Griff, because he keeps those kind of
records. Well, in 1927.
He does keep those kind of records.
Yeah, but a man took his jumper off at Ashton Lime in May.
77 for 1. Azhar Ali, he's got 14. He waits now. Lakmal bowls to him and he pushes this one up to mid-on where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. And there is no run. What would Derbyshire give to have Lewis Rees able to bowl, a bit of left arm swing bowling would be just what the doctor ordered, but sadly he can't at the moment, for injury reasons rather than anything else. Nothing sinister, you understand. Glamorgan heading towards victory, it seems, up at Chesterless Street.
Good game, that.
Yeah. As Leicestershire heading towards defeat. Here is Lackmel, bowls to Azhar Ali, who pushes out into the offside. Shan Masood does the fielding. It's the end of the over. It was a maiden over from Saranga Lackmel. I know it was 4 maidens, 1 for 24, his figures. And the lengthy discussion between Billy Godwin and Sam Connors was nothing to do with him coming off, because he's going to carry on.
Not so many in today as we've had in the first 3 days. There's a smattering in the permanent temporary stand at the far end. I expect there's a few down away to our left that we can't quite see. But I don't know, if I was a member or a supporter, I might turn up today, because you could see a really good finish. I'm not sure if I was a member at Edgbaston I'd bother too much about turning up today.
No, you could have a day off, couldn't you?
You could,
really?
yeah.
You could have a day
You
off.
could safely have a day off and just put the stream on every now and then. Oh, okay. No wickets have fallen for 18 days.
Got a very straight catching mid-on now.
Oh, yeah.
Only one slip, but a very straight mid-on.
He's almost on the cut strip, Wayne Madsen, for Jake Libby. And Libby turns Houston away on the leg side for a single, solidly off the middle of the bat, but it brings oohs and ahs.
Oh, Wayne Madsen's still got his hands on his head now. He is the eternal optimist, Wayne. He loves it out there. I suppose when you've been doing it as long as he has, you must enjoy it to a large degree.
Yeah.
I think Jake Libby's just done and given him a little shove.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to run further across, isn't he? Because
Yeah.
he can't run up and down the pitch. Because Madsen's left foot is all but on the cut strip. There's Connor's next ball, and this is Azhar Ali trying to drive through the offside, but doesn't time it at all. Of course, if Wayne Madsen's left foot does stray onto the pitch, that is a no ball.
Is it really? Yeah.
Well, I'm sure the umpire would say,
Yeah.
move your foot over, lad. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, it's a no
Yeah.
ball. Yeah, you can't field on the cut strip. Umpires all over Worcestershire, Derbyshire, and the country now going, "What's he on about, the idiot?" Connors to Azhar Ali, short, pulls it away to deep square leg. Masood is the fielder. There will be a single, and Worcestershire will go to 79 for 1. Azhar Ali goes to 15. Jake Libby has 32. One real alarm this morning, and Libby edged one from Lackmel, short of first slip.
Simon, who's doing the show, just said, "Can they come to me straight after the weather?" They're going to the weather now.
Right.
I've said yes, and now he sent me a picture of an
The weather.
emoji of a pizza slice.
He clearly knows something that you should know.
Ooh.
And here's an edge. That's a genuine edge from Libby. And there's only one slip. Whether it would have carried to a second slip, well, that's worthy of debate. But it's definitely off the edge of the bat. Jake Libby not looking fully in control, I would say, this morning. He's got a couple off the edge, one off an inside edge that almost bounced back onto his stump. So let's have a look at that one. Probably wouldn't have carried, but second slip would have been interested. Although having said that, Thompson at first slip is fairly wide, so it may have been a third slip opportunity. So Connor's cursing his luck.
See, I can't really leave because you'll be leaving, won't you?
83 for 1. I will, very shortly. Next ball is whipped away. That's a much better shot from Libby. But due to the vagaries of cricket, he only gets one for a nice shot off the middle of the bat, down to fine leg. Of course, edges often go where the fielders are not. Has he done his weather? Or?
Yeah, she's just getting to the end of it now. Can I switch you off?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Only for a minute.
Well, yes, it was very warm yesterday. Can I just describe the last ball of this over from Sam Connors? It's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. Yeah, it was very warm yesterday. I think it's warmer today, though. I've already removed the hoodie. This is the earliest removal of a hoodie so far this season. I'm going to check with David Griffin, the statistician, but I'm fairly certain it is the earliest removal of the hoodie of the campaign so far. It's really turning into very nice bowling conditions, because when it's heavy, not only do you get a headache, but the ball swings as well. Which is useful because Derbyshire need wickets. They haven't got one in the first half hour, though. Azhar Ali's on 15, Jake Libby's on 37. This partnership's worth 49 now. And Worcestershire have moved on to 84 for 1. They started the day on 59 for 1. So they haven't been going at any particular rate of knots, but it means that they now only trail by 113, Worcestershire. The important thing to remember, though, is that even if they do get those 113 and start building a lead, that Derbyshire can still bat again. It'll all be about time then. We've got 89 overs minimum to play today, assuming that the rain holds off, which we're keeping our fingers crossed about. As I say, Worcestershire trailing by 130, they're 84 for 1. Well, you can hear it on the BBC Sport website and app now, because we managed to get up and running, which was something of a relief. It has to be said. Perhaps that's why I'm feeling as warm as I am. First ball of the Saranga Lakmal over was pushed into the offside by Jake Libby, who has, as Bradders was saying, been slightly more uneasy out there so far today than Azhar Ali, I would suggest. And comes at Lakmal again and bowls, and that one just keeps a little bit low, I fancy. Turning to the leg side where Alex Hughes does the fielding. There is no run. Morning, gentlemen, says Ian on the email. Morning, Ian. Is it me, or are pitchers being prepared with the improvement of the England batting lineup in mind? Well, I don't think the England batting lineup is going to be chosen from players in the second division, if I'm entirely honest. He says, well, Derbyshire's batting feats have been immense. I cannot help thinking that pitchers are being made more batter-friendly. And I think part of that is the amount of time that the ground staff have had to work on all the pitches around the country, as Lakmal is in, and that one is defended up to mid-on by Jake Libby, and it's fielded by Lewis Rees. He says, let's hope from a Derbyshire perspective that there is a clatter of wickets in the near future and that we thrash Notts next week. He says, all the best, Ian. Well, I would echo that, but I'm not entirely sure. I'd be just happy to sneak past them, if I'm entirely honest with you. Nottinghamshire, who currently, if I scroll up or down, which way do I have to go? Down. There we are, Middlesex at 80 for 3. They've got to bat all day at Lords to prevent Nottinghamshire from winning that game. Here is Saranga Lakmal again, bowls, and Libby turns this into the leg side. Wayne Madson's now in close on the onside for both bowlers. He dives to his right, but doesn't quite get there. But nice to hear from you, Ian. It's fletchcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us by email, or at bradders@BBC. That's AT BBC. Don't ask. And it's Fletch Sport. At Fletch Sport, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Probably. I'm out there somewhere. Next delivery is a short one, and it's turned around the corner a little bit airily to begin with, but nowhere near either of the two fielders out there. Sam Connors, who does the fielding, or Lewis Deploy, who allows him to. And Libby moves on to 38. That's the half-century partnership between these two. From 113 balls, they're 85 for 1 now. Worcestershire. Two men close in on the onside. One of them is Wayne Madsen, who's wearing the very faded Derbyshire cap. And the other one is Alex Hughes, with his hands on his hips at the moment and his sunglasses perched on top of his cap. As Lakmal bowls, this one is turned into the leg side. Fielded at square leg by Lewis Deploy, and it's the end of the Lakmal over. 85 for 1. Azhar Ali has 15, Libby has 38, 88 overs to go. We shouldn't count them down every over, but partnership worth 15, Worcestershire 12 by 112.
They do indeed. 197 is the magic figure, the magic number. As I go to the next door box, which is, I don't know, in terms of distance from here to there, is probably 3 metres. Just a slightly different angle. And there was one in that over at Lakmal Bowl that really did do a bit. Anyway, here's Connors he's bowling from the racecourse end, and Jake Libby is facing him, and Libby gets a short ball, which he thinks about having a go at and pulling or hooking head towards deep square leg. There's a deep square leg out, there's a deep fine leg. The fine leg is quite fine on this occasion. Fine leg's normally probably, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 or 8 paces further near a square. In fact, he's just moved. The skipper has just moved him as I speak. So he is now in a normal fine leg position. Masood is doing some sort of an exercise at a deep square leg, which I'll try and explain. Is Connors in and bowls, and that's driven away on the offside. They're going to get a single, a good half stop by Anuj Dal at cover point, prevents what would have been 4, so he saves 3 runs there, and they trot through for a single. Libby goes to 39, Worcestershire 86 for 1. He was down on one knee with his hand in the air as if he was a child in a schoolroom asking to leave. So it's obviously some sort of a complex exercise, which I will never understand or even undertake, I suspect. Connors to Azhar Ali. And this time he's forward, turns the ball out to Masood, a deep square leg. For a singer, Azhar Ali goes to 16, and Worcestershire go to 87 for 1. What are you chucking about?
Sean Lipsey I told him we'd dialed into work and thanked him. He says, we've got you. A county north of here, to the east of the Pennines, apparently, had dialed into the incorrect number. And he says he appreciates the young man. Thank you, Sean. Much appreciated.
Good lad. Connors in and bowls. Ooh, that's in the air. Mistimes that altogether, Libby. I don't think it leapt on him a bit, but if there had been a short extra cover, he'd have been a goner. As it was, it bounced in front of Deploy, who's at extra cover, but that really was in the air for a long time. He's not looking. Azhar Ali's just gone down and have a chat with him. He's still there, Jake Libby. He's got 39 to his name, but he's not looking. He's actually looking a bit like Azhar Ali did when he came out to bat when Worcestershire batted on the first morning. He struggled to get his timing right. Connors bowls again, and this time he's timed that one a bit better out through mid-wicket. He's only going to get a single. Massive from square leg, jogs around to field. 1 more to the total, which goes to 88 for 1. Yeah, I think our fellow commentators should be fined when they dial the wrong way.
Well, he's one of my good friends, is the Yorkshire commentator, so I should be phoning him later on.
Raining at Beckenham, which is south of London, of course.
It's creeping north, though, isn't it? Southampton, Beckenham.
Yeah.
Watford next.
It's the next. Oh, hello. Just as he's about to bowl it, Azhar Ali pulls away. I think he got some flies or something going on there. There's another slip coming. That's not why he pulled away. But we conjectured yesterday morning, who was it sprayed their helmet? Was it Deploy sprayed his helmet?
Lewis Rees and the umpire. Apparently.
That's right.
They said that the umpire had also sprayed his hat, Graham Lloyd.
And it was flies. It was insect repellent that they were flying.
Not glue.
No.
Which was a shame, really. I did like the idea of glue.
We're happy with glue. Keep your hat on in a wind. This time Connors does bowl, and Azhar Ali flicks this one away down towards fine leg. He's going to get 4 for that, and timed it really well, and picks up a boundary, and he goes to 20, and Worcestershire go to 92 for 1. Who's that way down there on the boundary at fine leg? Couldn't pick him out there. Just jogging back with the ball.
Lewis Rees.
It is Rees. Yeah. Couldn't pick him out at all down there. 12 is on for a drink for Lackmal, who continues at the City end. One wonders how many more he'll bowl this morning. What's he bowled? 5? This will be 6.
4.
4.
Yeah, he'd be all right for a couple more, I reckon. Which will take us nearly to an hour's worth of bowling, because 12 overs an hour is more than enough.
Oh, yeah.
obviously.
Thompson's doing some arm swinging. And I'm not sure what Wayne Madson's doing. There's some sort of signal which, I don't know, might tell somebody in flat 2A that their washing was dry. I'm not sure what that was all about at all.
He's fielding at that very close in on the leg side as Lackmall begins a new over and bowls it in his own half of the pitch, and it loops over Jake Libby's head. Libby's not the tallest.
Well, if Libby was to miss time one like he did on the offside a few minutes ago, he'd be a goner, because one of those two, one would imagine.
Something happening out there that has got me excited but slightly nervous as well. Lewis Rees is just, look at him at mid-on. That's a man getting ready to bowl.
It is.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't seen him bowl yet this season, Lewis Rees. He has been bowling with the rest of the bowlers pre-match and every day as Lackmall's in again. That's turned into the leg side. Lewis Rees has got to chase this one. I think he might leave it for... No, he won't leave it for Lears to play. The batsman get a couple of runs for it, and Libby moves on to 42, 94 for one. But that would be interesting because we haven't seen him bowl this season because of the shoulder and knee operations that he had over the course of the winter, and he was limping quite heavily last time I saw him acting as a 12th man.
Bit of left arm, though, just a bit different.
Yes, something different. Interesting. He might just be feeling a bit stiff out there, who knows. But that looked like he was warming himself up as Lackmall's in again. Another short delivery that Libby ducks underneath. Now he's retying his shoelace, Lewis Rees. I don't know, obsess about him, but... yeah, now he's doing his bowling action. Yeah, he's coming on to bowl, isn't he?
He's coming on to bowl, yeah.
He is coming on to bowl, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time this season. You watch. Dose of salts. Or stretch it off. I'm hoping it's the former. He's the top man, is Luke. Here is Lackmall again, bowls. That's a better short delivery because he has to play at that one, Libby, and he has to get up high and push it down into the ground, into the offside. There's no run.
What about the other day? 10 Bob or Funky Gibbon. The youngsters nowadays, no idea. How many of them would know what a dose of salts was?
Well, I'm not entirely sure what they are.
I think it kept your system moving, I think.
Oh, okay, those kind of salts.
Epsom salts, I think. Yeah. So I believe. Not an expert.
Yeah. Next delivery is defended by Jake Libby. Oh, I can't get colonic irrigation out of me now. Which is the modern equivalent, I assume.
They were a good band, weren't they? Still got one of their CDs. I suspect there was a group around somewhere called that.
Yes, you wouldn't be surprised, would you? Back in the late 70s when punk was at its height.
Along with Half Man, Half Biscuit or something like that.
Comes Lackmall in and bowls to Libby, who's beaten. That one goes through to the wicket-keeper. Good delivery from Saranga Lackmall. Another good over from him as well. He did concede 2 runs. A couple of bounces that were a little too high, but 2 that he had to play at. And one that beats the edge of the bat. That's a good over, and he will get another one, I'm sure. And Lewis Rees has removed his cap, his spectacles, well, his sunglasses, and his sweater, and he is going to bowl in the first-class match for the first time this season. It's good to see, and I've got my fingers crossed for him. As Brad has said, a bit of left arm over the wicket in potentially swinging conditions. I'm a little surprised to see him, but I'm pleased to see him nonetheless.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good for the lad. I need to say it's something different with the left arm. The camera around the ground has just found somebody. I think it wasn't a close-up, but I think there's somebody nodded off already today.
Yes, I'm trying my best.
Yes. Post lunch, can live with that, but nodding off at this time of day. We've got correspondence from John Morris, not the former Derbyshire and England batsman and co-pilot, but I'll tell you about that very shortly. Thompson at slip is doing some warming up because double change coming here, I think. So here it is. Lewis Rees with his first ball of the season. And it's a decent one as well. Good line of length, pushed away on the off. It's not as good as all the noise from the.
No, it wasn't quite that good, but it was decent.
It was decent. It was straight. John, who is Charlie's dad, as opposed to Charlie's aunt, which was a very good stage play. He's working on his boat in Gosport, ready for his big sailing adventure, and I know
He's
what
not
that
the
is.
vicar then.
No, he's retired. Okay. Thanks for your commentary as always. I hope you won't be commentating on Charles' batting today. No work on Sundays. Now I'm retired. I enjoy listening to your. There's words here I don't understand. Here's the next ball from Reese, pushed away on the offside. Oh, no ball. There you are. So he's still only bowled one legal ball this season. John says he's listening to your wit and dulcet tones. I've no idea what that is.
No, that can't be on.
Anyway, I do know that John is off and he's going to sail around the world.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
All of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think he's going over the polar ice cap, but, over the bit you can sail round. So, John, good luck with that later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Later in the year, I believe, he's setting off. So, wonderful. Here is Reese, left arm to the right-handed Azhar Ali. Sees this one nice and early. Lets it go by outside the off stump. The total is 96 for 1. Another 101 Worcestershire need to avoid the innings defeat.
Having Lewis Reese available to bowl as well as bat changes the whole dynamic of a Derbyshire side. Well enough, we were talking about it earlier on this morning, and it allows them to bring in an extra spinner and all sorts of things.
Yeah. His bowls pushed back down the pitch solidly by Azhar Ali. No run. Yeah, because if he's coming in and batting at 6-7, it gives you. It changes the whole balance of your team, doesn't it? I mean, I think Worcestershire have found this season with Ed Barnard batting at 6 and back to bowling really well. That makes a massive difference. If you've got a wicket keeper who can bat high up as well, as one or two counties have, or Guest here, for example. Reese in bowls forward, comes Azhar Ali, pushes away on the offside, no run. So if you've got your bowling all-rounder at 6 and your wicket-keeper at 4, that really does give you a different balance to your team.
Yeah. And then your actual all-rounders who are, in Derbyshire's case at the moment, in good form with the bat. Anuj Dal and Alex Thompson.
Yeah.
I mean, they are playing effectively with 10 players because of Sidebottom and his injury, but it doesn't feel like it anymore with Reese now bowling.
And this ball, once again, Azhar Ali covers up, plays back down the pitch, tidy over this. Just angling in at that off stump. It may be a little bit of in dip, but if he can get the one that goes the other way, the left armer's secret weapon is normally the one that dips back in, but because the natural arm will take it away from the right-hander. But if you can get it go both ways, bowling left armers, one or two have proved in the past. So Reese finishes off the over with Azhar Ali coming forward, pushing away on the offside. It would have been a maiden over if he hadn't bowled a no ball. So Azhar Ali has 20, Jake Libby has 42. The partnership is worth 61. Every now and then we'll tell you that there are overs remaining, 85 officially in the day. The Derbyshire over rate is level, so they're not going to be done for penalty points. And Worcestershire are 96 for 1.
That's right. Well, I was going to continue for the time being. Alex Thompson does like a warm-up. It seems he's only bowled 1 over in this innings so far. And that was the 3rd over from the racecourse end after poor old Sam Connors had just been taken out of the attack for his own good by Billy Godalming yesterday. But Lackmell is going to bowl his 6th over of this spell. 2 maidens, 0 for 8. His figures at the moment. And he's in and bowls to Jake Libby, who defends it onto the onside where it's fielded by Alex Hughes. But Wayne Madsen, that was more enthusiastic than normal. He was convinced that the wicket had fallen there. He should be able to tell because he's very close.
I don't know what he's going to do when it does fall.
Oh.
It's going to explode.
He's crouching down left foot just touching the cut strip on the onside, halfway down the pitch, as Lackmal is in, and that one is driven up towards Billy Godleman at mid-off, and they scamper through for a quick single. Jake Libby moves to 43, 97 for one, and the deficit now is exactly 100. They will have they'll have got rid of most of the deficit by lunch, you would expect. And they will have probably enough runs sometime early, soon after tea, if Derbyshire can't claim the wickets that they require. Haven't got one yet today. 97 for one. Lackmal bowls to Azarali, who pushes this straight towards Wayne Madsen on the floor, and he manages to field the ball. His reactions are remarkable, because he is, as everybody knows, no spring chicken, Wayne Madsen.
He's very fit, though.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
See, even from here, he's fit, enthusiastic, he's keen.
It's remarkable.
As soon as he stopped that ball, he looked to make sure that Jake Libby was back in his crease.
And Libby turned quite quickly to make sure he was back. And they know the danger that Wayne Madsen has, as this next one is defended to him, and he picks it up in the middle of the pitch, turns as if he's going to throw the ball at the stumps, but doesn't.
It's a very nice pirouette.
Yes.
It's very good.
Light on his feet, Wayne Madsen. Having a good season. So many of the Derbyshire players are at the moment. Nottinghamshire away next. Middlesex are still 3 down.
Oh, if they could bat the day out there.
That would be sensational, wouldn't it? Even in the wilderness of the second division, it would be a good feat. As Lackmal bowls, it's pushed out into the offside by Azarali to Anujdal, who does the fielding at point, and Brooke Guest I thought he'd spotted something, but what he's actually done is miscounted. Because there's still a ball left in the over. He was on his way. I thought that could have been the only reason why he was jogging towards the far end. Morgan 91 for 5 now. Did you see that?
Yeah, could be a good finish.
Lost a couple of wickets there. They only need 100 runs. This next delivery comes off an edge, leading edge out into the offside all the way along the ground. Fielded by Shan Masood, and that is the end of the over. 97 for 1 Worcestershire, trailing by 100. Libby has 43. Azarali has 20. And there are 84 overs minimum.
Yorkshire following on in the Roses match, all out for 379. So they trailed by 187 in that one. And if it is maybe turning a bit, just trying to find out who took the wickets. Well, the umpires or the groundsman normally take them at the end. But Yorkshire. There we go. Bailey, Anderson, Balderson, Bailey, Parkinson. It's starting to turn. So Parkinson has got 4 for 90. So if it's going a bit, I could. Yeah, be an interesting finish.
Also,
Yorkshire might lose. Oh dear, what a pity. Never mind. Thompson's still doing that warming up. He's bowled 12 overs already, just warming up. It's making me feel tired. Here's Reese. Our racecourse end. Left arm over. And this time Libby gets a single away on the leg side. Not 100% sure that came bang off the middle of Jake Libby's bat. Jake Libby's got to 44, but he's not batting with his normal fluency, I would say. But he's there, and that's the main thing. He's dogging it out. He's grafting it out. The flags are flying merrily on the far side of the ground, but the wind is coming from a different direction today. So it's
coming from the east.
It is. The ground is. Most of the ground is more sheltered from the wind by the big pavilion building away to our left. Here's the next ball from Reese. Forward, pushed away on the offside. He bowled 8 balls so far, and he's bowled every one just angling across. And every ball Azarali has had to come forward to. The only run that he's conceded off the bat is one that Jake Libby squeezed away. on the leg side.
He was one of the players who were doing the cool down last night, and the cool down last night involved them lying on their backs with their legs in the air.
I saw that, with their legs on the boundary
On
fence.
the boundary fence.
What's that all about?
Cool down. No idea.
Here's Reese in again, and this is turned away through mid-wicket, really, from Azhar Ali. He's picking up a single. Masood is the fielder out on the boundary.
Wayne Madsen was one of them, and he was looking at his phone, and I said, "What are you doing, Mads?" And I meant Wayne's lying on the floor on your back with your legs in the air. He said, "I'm watching the FA Cup final."
Oh, was he really on his phone?
His phone,
Yeah. I did get back and watch the end of that, the penalties, which apparently were far more exciting than the actual game. I didn't see it, so I can't comment. Reese in bowls again. Good ball, good line, good length. Just angling into that fourth stump, as they call it. Pushed away on the offside. No run. A plastic bag just took off on the far side of the field and made its way partly around the ground. Those first aid people over on the far side. Oh, there's the bag moving again. I think they look like they've got their green shirts on, so they might be the
St John
St John ambulance people. Do a fabulous job. Next ball from Reese. This is solid from Libby, pushing out on the offside. Worcestershire on 99 for 1.
That steward has spotted the plastic bag and he's
got
going round now. He's all over it, isn't he?
He's hunting it down.
Yeah.
He's like a ferret up a drain pipe. He's away out.
Again, referring back to somebody who's already been mentioned on the commentary, it's like a David Attenborough documentary. This the hunter and the prey.
Oh yeah, it's like a mongoose being hunted by
He's got
a
it.
boa constrictor.
He's got it.
He's got it. Good lad. Good capture. Here's the next ball, which is turned away on the onside to mid-wicket. There is no run to be had on this occasion. And that is the end of the over.
The helmet's out.
At the end of it, 99 for 1, which of course indicates that we might be having a little bit of twirly.
The cap's off as well for Alex Thompson, so that's the end of Saranga Lakmal. For the time being, I'm sure we'll see him again at some point. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 9 this morning, nice and tight. Beat the bat a couple of times, done okay. So to try out the off spin though.
Yeah. Bit limited with outside bottom in the attack, of course. And Anuj Dal, really the only other frontline bowler he's got to call on, apart from those that have bowled this morning.
Yeah, so he may have to turn at some point to Madsen or to Deploy, who've both bowled this season. But at the moment, with 98 runs still to play with, they're looking for wickets.
Oh, yeah.
They haven't found any yet.
Add 2 wickets to any score.
That's the bowling equivalent to hitting full stump, isn't it?
Yeah.
I bet full stump.
Full stump.
Time after time after time, but the bails won't come off. He's dried his hand. Azhar Ali is going for a quick chat with Jake Libby, a touch of the bat, punch of the gloves. Slowing things down if they can, which is a fair point, fair game. Batsmen trying to play the game at their pace. And here is the first over of spin today, and the first delivery is pushed by Azhar Ali up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Billy Godwin, who hurls the ball back to Brooke Guest. And there's no run. I can spot the chief executive on the far side of the ground in the car park. Slowly, a crowd is gathering around him, which is not something you necessarily want as a chief executive. Is that one he reaches for a little bit, Azhar Ali, and pushes it out into the offside, backward of square. And Sam Connors finds himself a backward point because Anuj Dal is at mid-wicket. There's a cover as well. There's only one slip, but there is a short third man, as this one is turned into the leg side by Azhar Ali for a comfortable single. Alex Hughes comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. And they go through for a single. Ali moves on to 22. 100 is up for Worcestershire, 100 for 1.
Rapturous applause.
Actually, well, yes, that's the only way you would have known, really, isn't it? With the applause.
Yeah, team hundreds don't get Don't get that much.
I had a great chat with the stag do crew yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I had a little chat with them. They were remarkably remarkably sober, really. You could understand every word they said. As this next delivery is a little bit quicker and flatter from Thompson and turned into the leg side by Libby, who now has a short leg for company. Lee is to ploy under the helmet. Square leg as well. Alex Hughes is coming off the boundary. This next delivery is driven nicely out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs. He's being chased down by Sam Connors. He's not going to get there, but he doesn't. And it has gone all the way to the boundary. Libby moves to 48. 104 for 1. Not the best ball that Alex Thompson has bowled this morning, and he's only bowled 5.
Oh, Yorkshire 8 for 1 following on.
Parkinson. Be funny if it was. It won't be.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Tom.
It's Thompson hitting balls, and that one is pushed off the back foot up towards mid-off. But Billy Godman feels it's the end of the over, 104 for 1.
That wicket has gone to hang down your head, Tom Bailey. Poor boy, you're going to die. Better on the mountain, killed her with mine eye. Which apparently is a true story. If you know the song Hang Down Your Head, Tom Dooley, which I think was Kingston's Rio. Anyway, apparently it's a true story.
Right.
There was a man called Tom Dooley who was lynched for a murder and never played the piano again. I better go off and do something else, haven't I?
I don't know what you're doing now.
I spent about 60 years not knowing what I'm doing.
Thank you, brothers. Lewis Rees to continue from the race course, and he's bowling to Azhar Ali, and the first delivery is a full one that's driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. I think he's going to feature in my bulletin is Lewis Rees. Here he is again, left armour over the wicket, bowling to Azhar Ali with 2 slips in place, and Azhar Ali just pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. So today, 45 runs have been added in the first hour. Derbyshire kept it nice and tight. The run rate in the last 5 overs, 2.3. At Fletch Sport, at Bradders at BBC. FletchCricket@gmail.com. If you want to let us know where you are, what you're doing, there's this next one by from Rees is left alone by Azhar Ali to go through to the wicketkeeper. Two men close in on either side of the pitch. Alex Hughes on one side. This one is defended again by Azhar Ali. It's deploy on the other. Shan Masood out on the square leg boundary. Mid-off, cover. Backward point, slip, long leg. Mid-on. As in goes Lewis Rees and bowls. That one keeps a little low, full of delivery, and it's kept out by Azhar Ali. He did well there. Decent delivery. Bradders will tell us if there is any swing, as you can see next door. When he goes through to do his updates for Hereford and Worcester, which is where he is now, as Lewis Rees is in again and bowls, and Azhar Ali takes 2 steps forward and defends this one out into the onside. Rees stays at the end of his follow-through to maiden over. His first update coming up. Yeah, no wickets for Derbyshire in the first hour, Jack, I'm afraid. Worcestershire have moved on to 104 for 1. It means they've trailed by 93. Azhar Ali has 22 and Jake Libby has 48. The partnership worth 69. But the interesting thing that's happened in the last 10 minutes is that Lewis Rees is bowling for the first time this season. He hadn't bowled previously because of knee and shoulder operations that he underwent in the winter. But he's bowled 3 overs and looks pretty good at the moment. And the great thing about him is his left arm over the wicket. So it just provides a different angle for the batsman to think about. No wickets yet, though. Worcestershire 104 for 1, trailing by 93. Too much of an explanation, I apologise. Alex Thompson to continue from the city end with a short leg and a slip bowling to Jake Libby, who edges this one into the ground. Short of Wayne Madsen. But edge of the bat. Interesting. Still 80 overs to go after this one, minimum. Still plenty of time for Derbyshire, but they could do with a wicket here. As Thompson is in, and that one is pushed up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Sarangalakmal. Sorry, Sarangalakmal, yeah. Sam Connors is at point. Next delivery from Thompson has Libby going back first. That's his trigger move. And then coming forward. Pushing it up to mid-on. No run. Thompson again bowls. That one is pushed back towards him. Just to his left. He bends down. The full 6'5" frame. Fields off his own bowling. Turns on his way in again, bowls, and that one is again defended by Jake Libby. Back to Thompson, who picks up the ball and passes it on to Anuj Dal, who will do some polishing. Final delivery of the over is defended by Jake Libby. Back-to-back maiden overs from the Derbyshire bowlers, Lewis Rees and Alex Thompson. And therefore the score remains 104 for 1. Worcestershire still 93 in arrears. Not a single run scored while you were away there.
Not a single run.
Not a single run. Back-to-back maidens.
I'm back now, so it'll all kick off again. Just again watching from that angle, he's getting to do a bit, Rees. I
did wonder whether you'd be able to see a bit more.
He's just getting one or two to fade in. And they've got to be very careful, Worcestershire. And Jake Libby, another one off the edge from the bowling of Thompson there. Here is Rees, left arm over to the right-handed Ali, who's down a couple of steps there, Azhar Ali. And then the ball goes wide of the off stump, and he turns round and looks back up the pitch.
Rees doesn't mind a confrontation.
I was going to say, but maybe he did say something to him then.
Doesn't mind a confrontation, Lewis Rees. So say boo to a goose if you were talking to him. But...
No, get him on the field. Yeah, there's a few like that. White line fever.
Yeah. He's not wild or anything, but...
No. He'll have a go. He'll have a shout. Next ball is Azhar Ali solidly in behind it, pushed away on the side arrow. I think probably in the years I've been watching this, Graham Wagg was somebody who liked a conversation, shall we say. Almost every ball he would have something to say. Still playing some minor counties cricket, I think. Is he playing for Staffordshire? I think
so, yes. I heard that, I think.
Yeah, but he'd be very competitive at that, so he's one of those guys. As the next ball sees Azhar Ali trying to cut this one, and well, it was a little shorter and a little wider, but it probably bounced underneath his bat. But in terms, I know batsmen like to get on and score runs, but in terms of this game, I'm not sure that was the most judicious shot played.
No. Stephen Kirby, another one?
Curbs, oh my word.
Great, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
But talk to him, he was bowling coach here for a short while.
Yeah, lovely.
Lovely to talk to.
Yeah. Well, my favourite Kirby was, as the next ball is whipped away by Azhar Ali to deep square leg. Masood is the fielder. They pick up a single Worcestershire go to, 105 for one. Playing for Gloucestershire at Bristol, and Stephen Davis was batting for Worcestershire, and Stephen Davis loved the cut shot. Anything, fine, square, and he kept cutting him. And in the end, he had 6 fielders between just in front of square on the offside, third man, slip, gully, and he was still cutting him for 6. And you could see Curbs, he was just about to explode. He was stomping back up the slope at Bristol. But like you say, a really nice guy. Yeah.
Go around the wicket now, Lewis Rees.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, because he's doing a decent job bowling over, and they've got that short mid-wicket in again, deploy on this occasion, or 2 short mid-wickets if you like. He bowls, and that's a nice shot there from Libby, as good a shot as he's played this morning. Is it going to go to the rope?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Timed it perfectly. As I say, I'm not sure why he's doing this. Left armers seem to have this thing, and that's Jake Libby's 50. It's come off 98 balls, and he is 52 not out in Worcestershire, 109 for 1.
That was his 7th 4.
Yeah. So it's probably not the most fluent 50 of his career, but he's got 50, which is what matters. Yeah, left armers bowling around the wicket. I'm not sure. He's in again and bowls to Libby, and this one's wide of the off stump. Libby not drawing into it. End of the over, says umpire Rob White. And Worcestershire are 109 for 1. They need another 88 to make Derbyshire bat again. 79 overs remain in the day. Our lunch today at 1 o'clock, tea at 3:40, and they don't change. Unless there are 9 wickets down.
Is it?
Then I think it still can change. I believe. I don't know.
There'll be a regulation somewhere, won't there?
Oh, there will. There always is.
Yeah.
They're still off at Beckenham.
They're not coming back. Middlesex is still 3 down.
Oh, Surrey could be thwarted there. If it's raining at Beckenham, it can't be too far away from Lords, one would have thought.
Oh yes, that's a shout. That is a good shout, isn't it? Which means that while they're 3 down, but they're still only 3 down if they can hang on.
It was a couple of hours.
Yeah. Alex Thompson to continue from the city in and bowls to Azarali, who turns it into the leg side. This time Alex Thompson gets excited. He doesn't get overly excited, Tomo. But he did on this occasion. Both arms went into the air. Ball was fielded by Elias deployed at mid-wicket. One of the 2 mid-wickets, the shorter of the 2. Thompson's in again, and that one's defended back to him. Arms stay by his side on this occasion. Good partnership. Dear, the spinner's running down the middle of the pitch now. Umpire Lloyd has just had a quick look to see where he's following through. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Azarali. Fielded by Lears deploy. Morgan seemed to have just steadied the ship a bit there, 103 for 5. They still need 88.
Billy Root and Chris Cook are in, both useful batsmen, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Billy Root didn't play in the game here. This next one a little flatter, turned into the leg side by Azarali out towards Alex Hughes, who hurls the ball in after racing around the boundary. We'll bring the short leg back into play. It's only a short leg for Jake Libby and not for Azarali. The short leg is Liz deploy. Sticks the towel. It is definitely a towel he's sticking down there on the front of his trousers. Next delivery from Thompson, turned into the leg side to the left of the short leg.
Why would you do that? Presume he has an abdominal protector on.
I'd have thought so. This next one is cut away, backward of square on the offside, and there's a chase on here for Sam Connors, who gets to the ball and gets it away quickly, but was off balance and didn't get the ball all the way through to Brooke Guest. And as a result, they've gone through for a couple of runs there, and Jake Libby's moved on to 54, 112 for 1 at the end of the over. Azarali has 24. Worcestershire trailing by 80 5 runs. It's very quiet on my Twitter feed, which
Yes.
no bad thing. But
Oh, I got a tweet from, who was it? Michelle in Upton on 7. Very nice there today,
Yeah.
next to the river. She says, you keep on about the stream. What are you on about? Well, if you go onto the Derbyshire County Cricket Club website on this occasion and go onto their match centre, you will find the pictures coming up with their commentary. It's that simple. Whichever game, if it's Worcester at home to Leicester next week, go on the Worcestershire website and you'll find it. Here is a full-length delivery from Reece, driven into the offside by, well, not driven, but pushed into the offside by Azhar Ali, who does not get a run for his efforts. Yes, very good. So any county game, it's there on that county's website, or if you go onto YouTube, you can find them all.
they're all at it now.
You can switch between one and the other. Of course, the commentaries on the others will not be as good as this one, but it's your choice. Reece in bowls. Good ball. Brings Azhar Ali forward and plonks the bat down in front of his pad. Bowled a good little spell here. He bowled, this is his 5th over, no wicket for 9. He's troubled the batsman a couple of times. So it looks pretty fit.
He's not limping.
No. Not express pace, but that left arm doing a bit with it. It's just a little bit different. Bowls again. This time Azhar Ali, nice shot away through the onside to a bit of a half volley on leg stump. And Masood comes around the boundary on the leg side to field. Azhar Ali gets 2 more. He goes to 26 off 93 balls. Worcestershire are 114 for 1. 83 more needed to make Derbyshire bat again.
Yeah, it's been a good opening hour and a quarter for Worcestershire, isn't it? Really good.
Yeah, not without a few alarms. Reece bowls again, and this time, oh, well, that one scuttles on a bit. Azhar Ali plays it down into the ground. That's a no ball. Called by the I wonder if it's a no ball because he's breaking the return crease, the edge crease, the
That could be, couldn't it?
corner crease, if you want to call it that. Probably can't see on the replay where his feet are landing. It might just be a plain front footer. Oh yeah, it would have to be front foot because he's right next to the stumps. But Azhar Ali had a bit of trouble with that one. Managed to dab it out in the end. Reece looking for some change in the field here, asking his skipper if he can. Oh, he's got that short mid-wicket back in. There's some danger on this occasion that the bowler on his follow-through might run into him if he's bowling. He's gone a bit wider now. If he'd been bowling over the wicket, which he is, short mid-wicket might have got clattered. So, 2 short mid-wickets. In short, I mean about 10, 12 metres from the bat. Reece bowls, nicely played by Azhar Ali, crisply, but straight to Billy Godleman at mid-off. The rain that we were on about could be some odd showers around.
They'll be able to see where it's coming from at the moment.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. The skies are pretty clear at the minute. Highly possible, of course, that it could suddenly come bursting in, but the wind's not that strong today. Reece in again, bowls, and Azhar Ali covers up this time. It's a good over, that one. Troubled the batsman a couple of times. In fact, it's still a good over because he hasn't finished it. There was a no ball, of course, which I forgot about. Lots of jibber jabber, lots of chat out there from the Derbyshire fielders. Away goes Reece. And this time Azhar Ali, a little skip down before he pushes it away on the offside. That's the end of a good over. And at the end of it, Azhar Ali has 26, Jake Libby has 54. These two put on 81 so far. Worcestershire trail by 81. They're 116 for 1.
Yeah, it's good to see Lewis Reece bowling again, not showing any kind of ill effects. He's been working hard. I know he's been working hard. He probably came back a little earlier than a lot of people anticipated, and perhaps earlier than he should have done, because he was definitely still troubled at the start of the season by, well, the way he was limping, I would assume it would be the knee operation rather than the shoulder operation, but of course that prevented him from bowling, so we've watched him at various lunch intervals building up his work as Alex Thompson begins a new over, and the first ball is turned into the leg side. Nice stop by Alex Hughes, who's on as a substitute fielder, fielding at square leg, tumbling away to his left-hand side, prevents Libby from going through for a single. He's just backward of the square leg umpire. Thompson's in again, and he just guides this down to third man, picked up by Sam Connors. 2 runs are completed. 118 for 1. Libby moves on to 56. And Anuj Dahl starts to warm up to go through his bowling action. Those 2 runs might already have been added on. He's on 54. It's 116 for 1. Here is Thompson again. Defended back to him by Libby on this occasion. Nice long stride in. Short leg on his haunches at the moment. Leah's deploy when Madsen has ever at slip. Thompson bowls. That one is pushed up towards mid-on, where Suranga Lakmal will do the fielding.
I've had a tweet to say the comms is about half a second ahead of the visuals. Sorry, don't know.
Next delivery, that's because we know what's going to happen. He's pushed out into the offside. We could slow down. I don't know how
we could ignore what's happening.
Well,
then we get complaints that it's behind. Sorry, I will pass on your message, but I don't know.
I think you've just passed it on. Because,
I think I just did.
Yeah, the boys will be listening.
Yeah.
It might just be a thing.
A thing.
Yeah,
that's it.
I'm going to walk past them in a minute.
It's a technical thing.
Reasons that people don't need to know about as this next one is turned into the leg side by Libby. Straight to Alex Hughes, and it's the end of the Thompson over. 2 runs from it. Worcestershire 118 for 1. Libby has 56. Azarali has 26. And we're going to see Anuj Dahl replacing Lewis Rees, who's bowled 5 overs for 13 runs, and you really don't want to flog him, and he's now actually leaving the field temporarily, but I don't imagine that is anything sinister.
No, just
he looks okay.
Just give his calves a rub.
Yeah,
on the physio.
Give him a once over.
Yeah. Yes, as you say, no point in flogging him into the ground at this stage. But yeah, bowled tidy there.
That'll come later.
Yes. Anuj Dahl, indeed it is, to bowl from our end, the racecourse end. Bowled tidily yesterday. What did he bowled tidily in the Worcestershire first innings was what I was going to say, which wasn't yesterday. And bowled a couple of overs last night for 6 runs. Rees 5 overs for 13. Thompson 5 overs for 14. Lackmell 12 overs for 28, including the wicket, and Connors 12 overs for 56. He gets some stick at the start of the innings from Ed Pollock, so that's why his figures are a little expensive. Azhar Ali takes guard once again. And Anuj Dahl, the ever-present motorbike, goes up Sir Frank Whittle Road, as we've worked out it's called. It's a good start from Anuj Dahl. Azhar Ali forward, pushes away on the offside. He's bang on the mark straight away. Middlesex 132 for 3. They just basically need to bat all day to deny Nottinghamshire the victory. Leicestershire 225 for 7. They still need 15 to make Sussex bat again at Grace Road. Glamorgan, they've lost another wicket. 104 for 6, Glamorgan. This is against Durham at Chester Street. It's a good game, this. Is Darlin. Forward comes Azhar Ali. Plays the ball out to the onside. So Glamorgan need 87 more to win. They're 104 for 6. They've only got 4 wickets left. The Roses match, Yorkshire following on at 12 for 1. Need another 175 to avoid the innings defeat. Anujdal on his way. Azhar Ali forward, pushes into the offside. He's going to pick up. Is he going to pick up a couple here? Yeah, he is. Comes back for two. I'm thinking about three here. They are going to get three. Good running between these two. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, sorry, folks. That one really crept up before I could press the button. Sorry. And of course, if you're listening on DAB and I sneeze at this end, you could catch a cold at the other end. What was I saying? Yorkshire 12 for 1. Warwickshire, Northampton. Oh, boring. Ardleyworth. Warwickshire avoided the follow-on. They're 447 for 4. Still raining at Beckenham as Anujdal is in and bowls, and Libby turns this one away down through backward of square on the leg side. He's going to get a couple here. Masuda's got quite a trek round to cut that one off. So they'll come back for 2. Worcestershire go to 123 for when they trail by 74. Yeah, with Kent 108 for 1. And again, they've got a bat all day to save the game after Surrey made 671 for 9. It's raining there. And it's also raining in Southampton, so along the south coast there. Here's Anujdal in and bowls, and Libby plays off the back foot. He's going to pick up a single. Half stop there, diving away to, who's that?
Nick Potts.
I was going to say.
He's come on as well. I think he's replaced Lewis Rees for the time being.
It was a good stop in the end, but couldn't stop it cleanly, so they do go through for a single. So Libby goes to 59.
Yeah, he sneaked on. Already had Alex Hughes on, of course. He's fielding as one of the 2 mid-wickets alongside Leicester Ploy, so Nick Potts is the 13th man.
Dahl to Azhar Ali, who pushes way on the offside. Manson ever keen. From extra cover comes into field end of the over. Worcestershire are 124 for 1, and they trail by 73. Azhar Ali has 29, Jake Libby has 59, and partnership worth 89. 75 possible overs remain in the day.
Somebody's just gone, come on, and was it a Worcestershire, somebody from Worcestershire?
I've no idea who that is.
No, he's had a quite quick chat with Shan Masood, haven't they? Anyway, away to our right-hand side of the old scoreboard, the old commentary box. Alex Thompson's going to continue. He clearly seems to know him. He was with somebody in Worcestershire tracksuit. The black tracksuit with the green sleeves.
No idea.
Yeah. There's Thompson over the wicket, bowls to Jake Libby, who pushes it up to mid-on. And there's now going to be an awful lot of nervous Chesterfield football fans.
Oh, is that today?
Listening, I'm fairly certain. Yeah, they're playing this afternoon. Make sure those nerves are jangling by keeping reminding them of it. That his next delivery is driven up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by
Who are they playing?
Billy Godwin. Chesterfield are at home to Woking.
Okay.
Dagenham and Redbridge, both of them, are at home to Wrexham. And as the league table stands, Chesterfield are inside the playoff places. Dagenham, Redbridge. Thompson bowls, and it's turned into the leg side, just to the left, into the floor, but to the left of short leg. Fielded by Anujdal. There are 3 points between the sides. So if Chesterfield lost and Dagenham won, Dagenham would be in the playoffs. But Wrexham need to win. It's very complicated, the National League this year. That one is left alone outside the off stump. Wrexham need to win to put pressure on Stockport County. There's 3 points between them, but Wrexham have a better goal difference. So Stockport lost to Halifax Town, who need to win to finish in the top 3 and get a home tie in the semi-finals of the playoffs. Very, very exciting. Stockport, Halifax on TV. This one is cut away. That might be 4 runs. That was dropped a little bit short. Sam Connors, in that very upright manner of his, is chasing it and gets there. And they do get back for 3 runs, but it was good effort by Sam Connors, who now loses his cap as well as he throws the ball in. So he has to go back and collect it.
A good stop that was. In this stage of the game, he could have thought,
he's a fine fielder, Sam. He really is a fine fielder.
Yeah. Sprinting after that one. Yeah, Chesterfield, the Spyrites.
Yes, indeed. Well, a lot of people, I haven't had a satisfactory explanation from anybody, but whenever you talk to people from Chesterfield, who were just called Chesterfield FC, this one is defended by Azhar Ali. Back to Thompson, ended the over, 127 for 1. Worcestershire trailing by 70. Libby has 62. Azarelli has 29 and the partnership now worth 92. People call them Town.
Oh, right.
They've never had Town ever in their name.
Oh, but they call them Town.
But the people of Chesterfield call them Town.
Right.
Nobody's ever explained it to me.
No. No.
Perhaps there isn't one, it's just happened over the years. But
Went there a few times in the past, in the old days of
the old Saltergate.
Hereford United.
Yeah.
The old Saltergate, yeah.
Yeah, what a dreadful press box that was.
Yeah, it wasn't great, was it?
No, very, very small.
No. I went back to cover, we go, to cover rugby at Bristol a couple of seasons ago after they moved to Ashton Gate, and it must have been 20 years since I covered a football match there. And I swear they hadn't swept the press box. I'm swear my coffee cup's still there. I'll go and do something else.
Okay. Allisdale's going to continue from the racecourse end. He's got a slip, but he's also got a man who's got the helmet on at the square leg. Is 1, 2, 3, 3.5 pitches away from the bat, possibly 4. Although he is moving closer, Lear's deploy, just backward of square. Interesting. As a result, Graham Lloyd's gone across the point to umpire. And Dahl is on his way in and bowls to Jake Libby, who pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Chesterfield's new ground is very, very nice. I do like it. I did park my car in the press car park once when I went there. And I'm not sure if I should admit this. It wasn't in the same place when I went back as it was when I left it, because I'm not sure I put the handbrake on. Here is Allisdale bowling, and that one is stroked beautifully by Jake Libby out towards the cover boundary. Nick Potts will get there, hauls the ball back, gives it to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen throws in, and they keep them down to a couple. That was a good bit of relay fielding between the youngster and the veteran out there in the offside. And the score moves on to 129 for 1. They trail now by 68. Conversation going on between Anuj Dahl and Billy Godleman, the skipper. They lose the slip, and there are now catches close in on either side of the wicket. In goes Dahl, and that one is guided to backward point, and as there is no run. Update coming up. Well, not as well as it might be for Derbyshire. Very well for Worcestershire, though. They're 129 for 1. They started the day on 59 for 1. Jake Libby and Azarelli are still out there in the middle. Libby's moved on to 64. Azarelli has 29. Their partnership's worth 94. Remember that Derbyshire basically need to bowl Worcestershire out. If they can bowl them out for fewer than 68 more runs, then they will win by an innings. That seems unlikely at this stage, but they do have the insurance policy of a second innings to bat still, Derbyshire. So we haven't given up hope completely, but there are only 73 overs and 2 balls left in the day's play. Derbyshire could do with a wicket or 2 before lunch. Another single to Libby. Worcestershire 130 for 1, trailing by 67. Oh, go on. Bang it on. I might have been over egging it. Yeah. Doesn't sound like a Eurovision song, does it? Now that's why it was so impressive. So impressive. Such a good song. Such a good song. Little touch of Bowie in there. There's all sorts. Yeah. I shall keep it in my ears. Burgers, day 4 burgers. Yeah, burgers always on day 4. Bit of cheese on top, nice salad, good buns, as they say, and chips. A no ball is turned into the leg side by Jake Libby, moves to 65. 130 for 1. Yeah, never say good buns on the radio. Here is they're basically trying to dry up the runs here, Derbyshire. They're doing a reasonable job of it. Well, I say reasonable. In the last 5 overs, 20 runs have been scored. They desperately need a wicket here, Derbyshire. This is going to end in a draw. Oh, and that one's in the air to the right. Looked quite close to Lear's deploy. It was probably a long way to the right. Looked closer than it was. And they go through for 2 more runs as it's fielded down there in the far distance by Saranga Lakmal. And that is the century stand between Azhar Ali and Jake Libby. 100 runs from 208 balls. Libby has 67. Azhar Ali has 30 of them. So Libby has done the majority of the heavy work, although there have been 1 or 2 no balls that have helped the cause. 135 for 1. Worcestershire now trailing by just 62.
Somebody's just said it's raining at Lord's. It is.
Is it indeed?
Yes. Oh. No.
Yes.
Ah, yes, it is. And
Yes.
they've gone to lunch.
Oh, that is a shame. That is a shame.
Yeah, because it's come up now. It says match delayed by rain, then it's changed to lunch. So they've obviously gone to lunch because it's raining.
Yeah, poor old Middlesex.
Oh.
Poor old Nottinghamshire, either.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
It's sad.
It is.
They'll be
It is.
crying in the streets of Newark tonight. It's Thompson to bowl
Someone will.
from the city end. Right arm around the wicket, and this is turned away on the leg side by Azhar Ali. It'd be a comfortable single. Is that down Ujhdal goes to do. The fielding traffic is busy ever on the Sir Frank Whittle Road, in and out of Derby to the Pentagon Island. I tried to find your pizza shop last night and I didn't find it.
Yeah, you could go down to Frank Whittle Road.
That'll be the one.
And turn left.
I turned left at the island, where you told me.
Yeah, left, and then left again immediately.
Which goes along and over a railway bridge.
Yes, and then turn left at that roundabout.
Oh,
And
right,
it's just up there on your right.
I missed it, so. Next ball.
No ball from the leg, from the off spinner now. What's going on?
No ball from the off spinner, which I would assume it was a front foot one. Well, he wouldn't be bowling that wide of the crease, would he? There were a lot of no balls in this game.
Too many in this innings.
Yeah, it was front foot. Next ball driven away by Libby out on the offside. Billy Godleman from mid-off goes across to do the fielding. And there is no run.
8. No
Oh, there is 1 run. Sorry, I'm being stupid.
I do that sometimes. You sort of go into cruise control, don't
Yeah.
you? Yeah.
139 for 1. Azhar Ali has 31. Jake Libby has 68.
Yeah, 8 no balls.
Thompson in again. And this time Azhar Ali repeats the shot, turns it square on the leg side. The ever enthusiastic Anish Dal comes round to field. Batsmen quickly into their work. Ambulance goes in towards the Pentagon Island. 1 to the total, 140 for 1, 57 more needed to avoid an innings defeat.
Thank you, Ed Dole. Stop being naughty.
Here's the next ball. Glad you noticed. Pushed away on the onside.
Shane has pointed out as well how I was asked for lunch, what we're having for lunch, and I said burgers, we get nice salad. Then I just blurted out the phrase "good buns."
Oh dear, Fanifana. Next ball is short. It's well, that's a nice shot from. That's as good a shot as Jake Libby has played this morning, off the back foot. Not that much room, and he made the room by moving across the crease and got it away through extra cover for 4. Libby goes to 72. Azhar Ali has 32, 144 for 1.
Yeah, most of the deficit will have gone by lunch for the loss of no wickets at this stage.
It could all change.
Well, it can.
Blue bus heads into the waters of the city, and this is pushed away on the offside. Masood Fields ended the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 144 for 1, 72 overs remain in the day. And lunch, as I mentioned earlier, will be at 1 o'clock unless something very strange happens.
Thank you, Jack. Yeah, well, we all know what happens between lunch and tea, don't we? No wickets fall. No wickets fall. Billy Godleman and Alex Thompson are the only two batsmen to be dismissed between lunch and tea in this match. And they were on separate afternoon sessions.
Yeah, yeah.
Remarkable, really. It makes no sense, but that's how it's gone. So, bit of a burst from Connors before lunch. But that's the precedent, if you like. So, Derbyshire have to dig deep here.
Now, is this an extra set of shin pads or whatever they call them being put on, or?
Oh, they've been swapped. It's Alex Hughes who's got the shin pads on now.
Yeah.
In fact, yes, it's an extra pair because Leicester-Ploy's still got his on. He's just putting. Oh no, that's a wicket-keeper. Where's Leicester-Ploy gone? Perhaps he's gone off. Yeah, Leicester-Ploy's just gone off.
Oh, that's why they've swapped the pads over.
Yeah, that's why they've swapped the pads over. Sorry, I was looking at the wicket-keeper there. Who wears a completely different number and has got big gloves on.
Just to keep his hands warm. No slips now, but a. Where's Madsen going? He's sort of a slip on the boundary. It's a strange position. For the. I don't know.
No, we've got a backstop.
Oh, it is, yeah.
We've got a backstop, everybody.
It is almost a backstop.
Oh, no. He's going to bang these in short. Are you ready? Here's Connors. Is it you or me?
I've no idea.
It was short, but it didn't get up as Azzarelli went down on one knee.
So that's for the up and over the slips shot, I assume.
There was a game 2-3 seasons ago against Glamorgan when they were trying to get Glamorgan out. They ended up being 7 or 8 down in the end, and they employed a backstop, and it didn't work. And it was one of the more baffling days of cricket I think I've ever witnessed. In goes, Connors bangs it in short. Azzarelli has nothing to do with it. It goes through to
no ball.
And a no ball as well because it's too short. Yeah. And, well, dear oh dear. I thought the days of the backstop had gone, but he's back. It's Wayne Madsen who's down there in the far distance, I believe.
It is, yeah.
But he would say probably he's a very fine third man. I would argue the toss. He's not quite directly behind the wicketkeeper. In comes Connors again, who bangs it in short, and Azzarelli goes down on one knee and allows it to go through.
That's his 2 for the over. So
he ain't going to do it. He ain't going to play that shot. Why would he play that shot?
No, he's just going to duck underneath it, isn't he?
Call the chief executive.
They're not chasing a total to win, are they, Worcestershire?
No.
They're just looking for runs. He's coming back now. Because he can't bowl.
He can't bowl him with a short one, can he?
No. There was also a deep square leg, a deep fine leg, and a fine leg as well. You can have a deep fine leg and a fine leg. Anyway, there was 3 blokes on the leg side on the boundaries, what I'm trying to say, folks.
Yeah, so we've now got 2 out, but I'm not sure why they're both out, but they are both out on the leg side. We've got 2 mid wickets. I understand funky fields to a degree, but a backstop. Here's Connors, pitches this one up a little bit more. It's defended by Azzarelli, has to pitch it up a bit more. It's half fielded by Leicester-Ploy, who's back on the field but without the pads.
Well, if you're going to do that, then surely you could bowl a short one.
You don't bowl 2 in a row at the start of the over, do you?
No,
you keep one back.
A bit obvious.
Yes.
Not that I've ever bowled medium pace in first-class cricket, but it just seems from a distance that's...
Medium pace in village cricket?
No.
No. Here's Connors in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Azzarelli to go through to the keeper.
I did bowl demon off spin for a while.
Did you? Yeah.
Took 50 odd wickets in the season.
Well, decent.
Yeah, pitch wasn't great though.
A ball the shape of a cube.
Yeah. If it turned, it did a bump.
Nice to be able to swing the ball. I was very medium paced, but yeah.
Never do that. Tried that a few times. Too much like hard work, all that running in.
Not as quick as Connors, who bowls way wide of the off stump, and it's left alone by Azzarelli. They won't be able to wipe most of the deficit off before lunch if he bowls out there, because he won't be getting anywhere near the ball. He will leave those alone all day long. Already back with Sam Connors, who's got these you quite often see the mid-wicket called these days as this next delivery is played off the back foot for 4 runs out towards the cover boundary. Nice shot. It was a little short, not as short as his first 2 deliveries, and was dispatched to the cover boundary for 4 runs by Azhar Ali, who moves to 36, and the 150s up for Worcestershire. They're 150 for 1 at the end of that over. Jake Libby has 72, and the deficit is now below 50. It's 47, which is indeed below 50.
Glamorgan 111 for 7 against Durham.
I think they're going to do it, aren't they?
They'll be dancing on the beaches of Roker tonight. Yeah.
Well, they won't. They'll be, he'll have his head in his boots, won't he? 80 runs. Yeah, I suppose. That, again, you've said it more than once, I think. Good finish. 80 runs required, 3 wickets left.
Yeah.
I mean, from opening up the division, a Durham win would be very good.
Yeah.
But,
we've got Anujdal coming up from the city end. And the field is mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, almost on the cut strip, a slightly wider mid-wicket. An extra cover in catching, an extra cover saving a single, backward point, and a deep fine leg and a deep square leg. Dahl, right arm over to the crouching Libby, who is forward, plays defensively, pushes on the onside.
I'm very pleased that I was just listening, or did have the output from Radio Derby in my ears there, because I had forgotten. I've now been reminded that my update is 5-2.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they've got the Derby County reunion, 50-year reunion programme going on at 1 o'clock, so
okay.
I can't go in the news.
Dahl bowls, driven into the ground.
Can't be trusted.
And there is no run. No, can't be trusted to do 20 seconds.
No, exactly. That's exactly it. Yeah, they don't think that I'm going to be able to do
No.
the requisite number of seconds. So.
Yeah. Without talking in, somebody said last season, can you do 20 seconds and put the test score in as well?
Yeah. No.
Is the next ball from Dahl pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. Libby remains on 72 from 128 balls. Azhar Ali has faced 112 balls for his 36. Very obdurate innings from the Pakistan international. The hub of the traffic on the main road. Ever constant. Next ball is squares him up a little bit there, Libby. He's kind of looking to play on the leg side. He gets plenty of bat on it, but it just pushes him slightly in the wrong direction. Not a huge crowd in today, but
not too many on the balcony of the members' pavilion either, really, but there might be 1 or 2 inside having an early lunch.
Dahl bowls. Pushed away on the offside, on the onside rather. And there is no run. The first aiders are the St John ambulance people. I hope that people who come to cricket to do that enjoy cricket, because if you don't, it's a long day.
Yes.
For something to happen. A good friend of mine does it a lot and thoroughly enjoys going to the cricket, the rugby, the theatre. Next ball, Libby pays out on the offside, and there is no run. Get free theatre tickets and go and sit at the back and watch the show. End of the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire 150 for 1. There are 70 overs remaining in the day. Worcestershire trail by 47.
Lewis Rees is back on for a few minutes. Nick Potts vacates the field. So good to see Lewis back on. He bowled 5 overs, I think it was, a little early. I thought I could look on the scoreboard, that would tell me 5 overs for 13. First bowl of the season for Lewis Rees. So if nothing else, we now know that Lewis Rees is back bowling again, which is good news.
I was going to say, what's umpire Rob White writing down, but he's probably writing down the time that Rees was off the field.
Yeah.
Which is the time that he has to be back on before he can bowl.
Probably the thick end of 15 minutes, isn't it? So they'll have timed it, won't they? Because there's, what, 13 minutes until lunch. So they say, get back out there now.
Bowl
You
after
can have
lunch.
another rest and you can bowl after lunch.
Good thinking. I believe that is still the criteria.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Cracking game between Gibraltar and
Oh, yeah.
Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Bulgaria won by 5 wickets with 1 ball remaining.
Oh, excellent.
Where was that being played? Well, it's the Valletta Cup, so it would be in Malta, I suppose. As Valletta is in Malta.
Yes, yeah. Probably a slightly better standard than that European club stuff that Free Sports was showing, which was quite comical at times down in Spain.
It is hilarious, that.
Oh dear. Yeah, fancy my chances even now. We could put a team together, me and you. Sam Connor's bowling around the wicket and he goes for that and does he get an under edge on that? And it's put down by, I think it is, judging by the hands on hips, hands on heads. Yeah, I think he's got something on that. It may well have hit the deck before it had a possibility of going into Brooke Guest's hands, but
just getting the.
I'm just going on the reaction of the players out there. There's a rally on 36. Went for the ball down the leg side, short ball.
We definitely bounced in front of the keeper.
Yeah. Whether we got a touch on it, we will never know. As this next delivery is turned into the leg side, both feet in the air, down towards Shan Masood at backward square leg, not far from the boundary. As the rally moves to 37, Worcestershire to 151 for 1, trailing by 46.
Difficult to see if it did carry. I'm pretty.
It was close,
Yeah.
definitely close, because he's hurt his hand, as Brooke Guest, I think, but he seemed to throw his gloves on top of the ball. We'll do an update at the end of this song in 2.5 minutes. So what we'll do is,
I'm all right till just
yes,
after
I know.
one,
So I can go off as Connors is in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Jake Libby. 152 rather, for 1.
Don't know whether I got a 1 o'clock alarm. The 6 o'clock alarm would never ring, according to the monkeys.
Yes.
But it rings and I rise.
That's Daydream Believer.
Sleep out of my eyes. The shaving razor's cold and stings. Yes, it is.
Yeah. In goes Connors again. Bowls a short delivery and he goes for that one. Has he got a feather through? No. Connors desperate for the feather through. Yeah, he's rubbing his right shoulder. Is Azhar Ali. So he might have heard a noise there, Sam Connors, and he did, in fairness to him, stop the appeal as soon as he realised that he wasn't going to get it. I wasn't going to send Azhar Ali on his way. It's another one of those songs. I know the song, but I have no idea when it's going to end. It's the same thing all the way through. Here is Connors in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Azhar Ali. 1 ball left in the over. 152 for 1. Azhar Ali has 37. Jake Libby has 73. The partnership 117. There have been a few good partnerships in this match.
A few century partnerships.
Yeah.
Some very good partnerships yesterday from the Derbyshire lower order.
To complete his over is Sam Connors. Pulls a short one and sends Azhar Ali onto his back. That will have cheered Sam Connors up, I'm sure, but it didn't get a wicket. Azhar Ali has 37. Libby has 73. It's 152 for 1. Worcestershire trailing by 45 with around about 9 minutes to go till lunch.
Well, Umpire White has just walked up the pitch and is talking to the batsman. Azhar Ali's rubbing his right shoulder. Maybe he was just asking him if he was okay. Being very polite. So this could well be the last over. No, it won't be the last over before lunch. Probably get 2 more in before the luncheon interval, which will leave us with, in theory, 67 remaining in the day. Anishdal to bowl from the city end. Bowling into the breeze. He's getting his fielders in the right place. He's got Short extra cover. But by short, these guys are about 10, 12 strides from the batsman. So mid-wicket, extra cover, no, yes. 2 mid-wickets and extra cover in those positions. Is Anuj Dar bowling to Jake Libby. Libby turns away on the onside. There is no run. 2 helmets behind wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Somebody suggested the other day if the ball hits 2 helmets, do you get 10 penalty runs? No. Because as soon as the ball hits the helmet, it's a dead ball. And it can be, of course, 5 runs to the batting side. Here's Dahl's next ball, turned away on the onside, no run. I do remember when helmets first came in and umpires were looking after helmets, but that didn't last too long. Was it Headingley? They had a little hole in the ground, a little cellar type thing where they used to put the helmet in between overs. Or did I just dream it? I didn't dream it, I might have dreamed it. Here's Dahl. Right arm over in bowl. Libby drives on the onside, but straight to one of those short mid-wickets who is Lewis Rees. Glamorgan's still getting 120 for 7. Needs 71 to win that game now at Chesterley Street. Cracking finish. It says lunch at Surrey because it has been raining there at Beckenham against Kent, so they've taken an early lunch, one would suspect. That's a nice shot from Libby, lovely shot. Just giving him a little bit of width there, Dahl, and Libby off the back foot, cracks it through the offside. Masood, who is at extra cover, couldn't move. And I think the ball has gone, no it hasn't. I thought the ball may have gone under the covers, but there's a strip of material, plastic, which I think normally goes on the covers when they are put in the middle, but they put them in front of the covers so that the ball, well, it could if it was going at a real pace go over the top of there, but it generally stops the ball, saves the players going underneath the covers to get it back. Dahl in again, forward comes Libby, pushes out on the offside. That boundary takes Libby to 77 and Worcestershire 256 from 1, so 41 needed to avoid the follow-on. Started on 59 for 1 this morning, so they've almost added 100. They've had 93 so far this morning. No, 97 so far this morning. Basic mathematics letting me down. Dahl from the city end bowls. Libby turns this one on the onside. Thinks about it for a while, but it's only just to the right of Flatmell out there, so they decide we will not bother. At the end of the over, the total has reached 156 for 1. Azhar Ali has 37. Jake Libby has 77. 68 remain in the day.
Yeah. Just suggested to listeners over on FM that the draw is now looking the favourite. I can't imagine. Well, they won't get enough runs to.
No, Worcestershire won't get enough runs.
Don't get enough runs to set anything.
No. So it's either a draw, which I think was the scenario this morning, pretty much, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Morgan have now lost an 8th wicket. Did you see that?
Oh, have they? Oh, yeah, 123.
71.
Ooh.
Some nails being bitten in Chesterley Street.
Yeah.
Here's Sam Connors then. Might be the last over, might be 2 more as this one is turned into the leg side. First delivery down towards fine leg, and there's a dive. A dive by Saranga Lakmal. It didn't actually stop the ball from going over the boundary, but there was a dive by Saranga Lakmal. Well done him. They're now Sinhalese, as we know, speaking Saranga Lakmal. And 4 runs off the first ball of the over to Azhar Ali. He moves on to 41, 160 for 1.
So our friend Joel speaks Tamil.
Yes.
And Lakmal
speaks Sinhalese.
Which Joel tells us is nowhere near the same sort of...
Yes, because it looks quite small on a map, doesn't it, Sri Lanka?
Oh,
but it's huge. It is huge. Next delivery is a short one, and again it's turned around the corner into the leg side. He doesn't get hold of it this time. Azhar Ali might even have been off the toe end of the bat. They get through for a single because it's fielded there, running around from behind the stumps by Brooke Guest. 161 for 1. It was a real shame because we thought I thought I'd been really clever with trying to set up this interview with a fellow Sri Lankan. No, no. But interestingly, he went and spoke Saranga Lakmal to the Pakistan TV crew who were here to speak to Shan Masood. So I imagine they were speaking Urdu.
Oh, so maybe he does.
So maybe he speaks Sinhalese and Urdu, but then Sinhalese might be closer to. I don't know. I don't know enough about the languages of South Asia to tell you really. As Connors is into Jake Libby, short delivery, ducks underneath it. Gets a round of applause for the short delivery, but Libby had no intention of playing it. There isn't a backstop anymore either, I'm happy to say.
It's funny because I was very fortunate to go to Sri Lanka, and we went to Kandy, where of course the BBC were banned.
Yes.
And they did the TMS commentary from the battlements of the castle. And I had to go to the castle to see the view down over the ground.
Good.
They did very well to do the
Oh, did they?
commentary from
Right.
there. Yeah.
Next delivery is short, and it's pulled into the leg side. He wasn't fully in control of that, Jake Livy, but managed to get it down to the ground quite quickly, but it could have turned nasty for him. It's fielded by Shan Masood out in the deep, and they go through for a single.
Yeah. Lovely country, Sri Lanka, but lots of political problems at the moment.
There are at the moment. It's not going well, is it? I'm afraid.
Lovely people as well. We've got the fine. Well, now where's he going? Fine leg.
Yeah, he's just moving to
Excellent.
sort of leg slip area. That looks like the way he's standing. It looks like Alex Hughes to me. He's under the helmet, got the pads on. Connors is in and bowls to Azarali, and that man at leg slip does the fielding, but off an inside edge that can't have missed the stumps by much. Big puff of dust came up as the ball hit the deck, and it went down to Alex Hughes. He did well to move to his left to field the ball.
He's had a couple at that end, Azarali, hasn't he? Hughes bowled one to him that just crept on a bit. Reese, rather, bowled one to him that crept on a bit.
There goes Connors again. In bowls to Azarali, ducks underneath a short one. And it goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. We have an alarm. We have...
Well, I reckon that's 1 o'clock. And they're off.
Well, they are going off for lunch, and there we are. Bradders' alarm goes off for 1 o'clock, so I can tell you that at lunch, Worcestershire are 162 for 1, having started the day on 59 for 1. Azarali has moved on to 42 from 10. He was on 10 at the start, and Jake Libby, who was on 17 at the start of the day's play, is on 78 from 140 balls. And all that means that Worcestershire, well, they trail by just 35 runs now, and it feels as though almost inevitably this game is going to end in a draw. Elsewhere, Glamorgan are 8 down approaching lunch at Chester Street. It is lunch because it's raining at Lords, where Middlesex are 133 for 3, needing to bat out the day. And Leicestershire have just gone into the lead at Grace Road. They are 7 down against Sussex and lead by 13 runs. We will be back on the club stream and the BBC Sport website and app after the lunch interval, which, as John will tell you, is going to be 40 minutes. And we'll be back in around about 40 minutes. And welcome back to the Incora County Ground for the afternoon session on the final day of this championship match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire that pretty much has the feel of a draw already after the morning session, in which Worcestershire went from 59 for 1 to 162 for 1, with Azza Ali making 42, Jake Libby 78. The deficit now a mere 35, and the batsmen are coming out with a spring in their step, and the Derbyshire players are in a huddle. And it's not for warmth on this occasion, which quite often this season it has been. They've been huddled together for warmth.
We've had a few cold days, haven't we?
We have. The good news is at least it's warm. And the burgers were nice.
They were very good, yes. I have to say, we've had some splendid nosh this week, so thank you very much to the Derbyshire chef. Very good. Ooh, Matthew Potts, 5 for 36 for Durham. He's my outside bet, maybe to get a test call up, because, well, Robinson ain't going to play as he's injured, so.
Yeah, they keep mentioning Potts, don't they?
Oh, I saw him last week. He's all right. Took a 6 for last week. He's not bad at all. Still raining at Southampton.
And at Lord's.
And at Lord's. Oh dear, what a pity, never mind.
Marvellous.
But
in fairness, Middlesex didn't lose a wicket this morning. No. So it's not as if they were going through them.
It's a tad hazy here now, Derby.
Yeah, do you think they might get something out of it?
Well, this is the big one, isn't it? Lackmell post-lunch. He's had his feet up for a while. Bit hazy. You know, if it doesn't happen now for Derby, you might think it might not.
It might not happen now. No, you're right. Mickey Arthur's going for a walk round the boundary. That's always good to see the coach going around a walk round the boundary. I like that. I like that a lot. The wind's sort of coming from the south-ish now, which is where those storms are coming from. So at some point, probably just when we've finished anyway.
Yeah.
Sort of forecast that suggests
just
7 o'clock, so I might be able to clean the car on the way home.
Yeah. One
slip, and that's it, really. There's a man in, it's Wayne Manson, of course. It's Wayne Manson on the drive, on the onside, halfway down the track with his left foot right on the cut strip. And here is Saranga Lackmell from the City End, and the first delivery after lunch is nicely stopped. It was a good shot from Jake Libby off the back foot, nicely stopped with his left hand by Shan Masood in the covers on a pitch that I'm guessing is going to be used for a T20 fairly soon, because they've already started rolling it. They were rolling it at lunchtime as well. I do like to see the pitches. As soon as they start rolling them, they suddenly turn a different colour, don't they? There's 2 there that they're clearly going to be using, and if they're using those 2 for a couple of home games in the T20, we're going to have a belting view.
Oh, cracking down here. Yeah. I mean, you'd be bowling the first over from here.
It will feel a bit like that, as Lackmell is in and Libby defends. Manson leaps across the pitch to do the fielding.
Well, one of those 2, I think, was the one on the right the other day. They're actually marking it out.
Yes, you can see the markings on it, can't you? No, they have got a T20 friendly. Well, I think it says technically a second team T20 against Notts here.
Right.
At some point before the T20 starts. And it starts pretty soon. Just for a bit of practice, but I think it's going to be essentially a first team T20. As in comes Lackmell again, balls to Libby, who clips this into the leg side. It's fielded by Liz Deploy. Running around at mid-wicket, transferring the ball from right to left hand so he can throw it in.
Jake Libby's highest score of the season.
Is this?
Eclipsing the 75 he scored, isn't he? So he's got 78 now.
We have had a number of pitches this season here at Derbyshire where people have, with a bat in their hand, have prospered. Lackmell is in again. That's a short delivery, and he plays it a bit like a tennis shot out to square leg. When it's fielded by Alex Hughes, they go through for a single. It was a very strange shot. He just sort of bounced and sat up. Didn't come through as quickly as I think he thought it was going to, and basically patted it into the leg side. And he moves on to 79.
It's quite an old ball now, isn't it? 45. And there's the possibility of a new ball for Derbyshire before.
Sandstorm's just blown up, and Azhar Ali's Got a face full of. You can feel the storm arriving, though, can't you?
Yeah, it feels like that.
The wind is starting to get up, and completely. It is coming from the south now, judging by that flag at the far end. So, short delivery from Lackmal is well claimed by Brooke Guest. Had to get to the full extent of his 5'7".
We got confirmation at lunchtime that Azhar Ali was dropped by Brooke Guest. A very difficult chance, I have to say. A bottom edge off a hook shot. The goalkeeper, basically the wicket keeper was going in the wrong direction and tried to get back to take it, but didn't quite. So a let off for Azhar Ali at the time.
The body language sort of suggested that it might have been a drop, didn't it? But there was no. We couldn't really see from the replay that we had. So there comes Lackmal again, bowls two. Azhar Ali pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Sham Masood. End of the first over after lunch. Worcestershire are 163 for 1 now, trailing by 34. The over rate is -2, incidentally, which is a slight concern.
Yeah.
It is a slight concern.
Yeah. A couple of overs of spin, though, it'll pick it up. I think this is they'll have this burst after lunch, won't they?
Well,
and then
that'll be it.
Yeah, then they'll get the spinners on and try and get that over rate down.
Yeah, they will take 14 points each side from this one. Derbyshire would move up to 79. Keep them in contention.
And they'll go to Trent Bridge next week as the only unbeaten side in Division 2.
Apart from Middlesex.
Have they not lost one?
No.
Oh, I thought they had. No. Oh, apologies. It's raining at Grace Road.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that is interesting.
Yeah.
That's far more interesting than it raining in Beckenham.
So it's coming up that way.
Yeah.
Here's Connors. He's bowling from the racecourse end, pushed by Libby out into the offside, who starts to come forward and then puts his bat up and shouts no to his partner. Yeah. Leicestershire are 253 for 7 in that one, so they actually lead now by 13 runs against Sussex. So a drop of rain and a few more runs might get them the draw there in a game when they're pretty much behind the 8 ballers, is the phrase. The next delivery is pushed away on the offside by Libby, and there is no run.
No ball.
No ball indeed.
Ninth, no ball.
That game at Edgbaston, what a ball. Still only 10 wickets have fallen there in 4 days for about 1,100 runs now.
Good pitch, that's the kind of pitch Peterson wants.
Yeah.
Proper pitches, like they were in his day.
Yeah.
He's been having a right pop at a few people today.
Next ball is whipped away by Libby. Might be a couple here. Masood's got no, he's done well. Masood's got to that fairly quickly. Going to his left at deep square leg. And Worcestershire add one more to their total. They now need, not in theory, but in practice, 31 to make Derbyshire bat again. Overs, of course, we are looking at as well. 64 remain after this one. A kind of a watery sun across the ground. It's glinting in the distance off the sight screen that is created by a white sheet. Azhar Ali's gone and done some hoovering, and he's ready to go. Sam Connors, right arm over to the right-handed Azhar Ali, pushes away on the offside. There is no run. Now that flag's come round again. It's gone to the west again now, so it doesn't know how to make its mind up.
Yeah, well, if it comes from the south and the east, that's where Grace Road is, to the southeast of us, so that's not necessarily a good thing, is it?
Did I say west? I did, didn't I? It's gone round to the east.
It's coming from the east, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the wind.
It's going to the west.
Indeed.
Glad we sorted that out. Could have been complicated. Next ball from Collins, turned away on the onside. No run shall occur on this occasion. Leos Deploy is the fielder. Might see a few overs from him later in the day, I
You'll
suspect.
be surprised.
To get the over 8 sorted. couple of chef-type people emerge from the cafe at the far side of the ground with some trays of food. They are heading to the east, definitely.
Yes, from the west.
From the west. Here's the next ball, which is caressed through the upside by Azhar Ali, and that's raced away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Azhar Ali. That's a no-effort shot. We saw Masood do this for Derbyshire, and he just played that with so much time. No great power in it, but just the timing off the sweet spot of the bat, and it raced across the ground for 4.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Yes, a craftsman at work. Azhar Ali has 46, Worcestershire have 170 for 1. Azhar Ali, who started the season in not great form. Well, his first innings, he ran himself out at Leicester for 2 or 3, I think. And then didn't really get going until the game against Durham at Uro last week. And then, of course, in the first innings of this game, he got a decent knock as well. He waits again, and this time turns it away on the onside. A good stop, diving. It was in the air for a while, and Deploy got down to his left to hang on to it. Didn't really, daft thing is if he'd gone past Deploy, it would have gone for 4, but as I say, in the air for a while, so he didn't really time it as he would have wanted to. Yorkshire have lost a 2nd wicket in the Roses match against Lancashire, 39 for 2. So they've got to bat the rest of the day to get the draw. Still raining at the Oval. Still raining at Beckenham. And still raining at Lords, and it's now raining at Grace Road, Leicester.
Worcestershire batted the final day 3 times, twice before this season.
They did it against Durham, and well, they almost did it against Notts. They certainly turned it into a game after being bowled out for next to nothing in the first innings. Yeah.
They need another 27 runs, and they will be at parity in this match. Saranga Lakmal from the City end in cloudier conditions now bangs one in short. It's turned around the corner by Jake Libby down to substitute fielder Alex Hughes, who does the honours down at backward square leg. Libby moves on to 81, 171 for 1.
Morgan need 56 with 2 wickets left. Chester Street.
Until it starts raining as Lacknell's that. He reaches for this one and gets 4 runs for it as he cracks it out into the offside. And just for a split second, it looked like MacArthur was going to do the fielding, but that's a half century for Azhar Ali from 128 balls. It's been a patient knock from Azhar Ali. I think it's fair to say that was his 8th boundary.
He's had to earn those today, hasn't he? Because, again, at the start, he wasn't fluent this morning. Could have gone on a couple of occasions, but he's got a 19, 18 and 50 in his last 3 innings, so you could say he's in a bit of form.
Yeah, back in, Nick. Just in time for the championship to end.
Yeah.
He waits now, and again, he crashes this out into the offside. There's a slight fumble there by Sham Masood in the covers, but the batsmen take no chances, stay where they are.
Just in time to have a month off for the T20.
He's not playing T20 then, no.
No. Colin Munro and the champ, Dwayne Bravo, playing in
Of course.
The champ.
I forgot about the champ.
He did a video. The champ is coming. I hope he does play like a champ, because if he does, it'll be interesting.
Like Marlball's a short delivery to Azhar Ali, who ducks underneath it. There's no run. Yeah, MacArthur and he's having a walk round the boundary away to our right hand side. He's sort of in no man's land, isn't he?
Yeah. It's actually a long day. If you're a coach, it's a long day just sat there watching the cricket, and you need to go and watch it from a different view.
Well, Ajmal Shazad, the bowling coach, the assistant coach is with him as well out there. As Lackmal is in bowls, and now they can do some more fielding, because that one's just been guided off the back foot out for 4 more runs to Azhar Ali, who moves on to 54 now and 179 for 1. The rain can't come soon enough.
There's a member of the ground staff with something in his hand.
He's got, looks like a bag and a knife. Quite what he's going to cut, I have no idea.
Perhaps he's planted some cabbages or chop a few down.
Standing around the boundary's edge, eager to get on. He can do so after this next delivery, which is defended by Azhar Ali to Wayne Madsen, end of the over. And here he comes. We'll find out what he's doing.
He's been called on by the umpire.
Yeah, he's got an interesting running action.
He has, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't realise there was that much treacle out there. But forgive me.
Well, he's running faster than you and I.
Well, yes, that's true.
No, he's giving the umpires something.
Bales, heavy bales. Heavy bales.
The heavy bales.
There'll be the heavy bales, won't it? There's the heavy bales, umps.
Good spot.
And they're putting the heavy bales on.
Yeah.
Because the wind is getting up. We might get told by John that the heavy bales are out there in a minute. Yeah. You never know.
You
never know.
The farmer's delight, heavy bales.
Yeah.
The Connors is going to continue. None for 77 off 16 so far. He is bowling to Jake Libby, and Libby plays delightfully. He's initially on the back foot, but his weight comes forward and into the shot, and he's probably not going to get 4, but he is going to get 3 out through extra cover. 3 more to Libby, who goes to 84. Stand now with 147. And Worcestershire need another bit. The board beat me there. 144 the stand.
It looks like they've given them one of each type of bale for each end, though, because if you look at the bales, there's a light coloured one and a dark coloured one at each end, which looks very peculiar.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Doesn't look right, though, does it?
Well, if they keep falling off.
Glamorgan a 9 down.
Oh, these Connors in bowls. Yeah. That's right, he covers up to a good ball. Just pushes away on the offside. That partnership is 147. I thought a big thing was should trail by 15 runs. 182 for 1. And don't forget, only 2 wickets have fallen between lunch and tea in this game.
Less than 3 days.
Yeah.
It's mad.
A good stat if one doesn't go in this session. Connors in enthusiastically. Azhar Ali once again gets a good ball. He indicates that just shaping back into him. There might be a little bit of breeze coming across the ground now that might be helping Connors bowling in the swinger. But it really has picked up. It's just ruffling umpire White's coat, I noted, as Connors came into bowl.
Because at this stage we can't say that rain has thwarted Derbyshire, but if it picked up 4 wickets and then it rained,
yeah, you could.
I might be tempted to.
Yeah. It's Connors. Oh no, Azhar Ali has got insect problems again. He's had a few. That's
twice. Poor old Sam's got right to his delivery stride and run through the crease. He looks okay actually, Sam. He's running back to his mark. Look at that. Because they are in fact -2. That'll help.
They could soon get that up there in the last session if we get through to 4 o'clock. Is Connors in, and that's wide of the stumps through. It goes to the wicketkeeper. Of course,
the problem they would have if it rained. Yes,
it's still -2. Which was the problem when Middlesex were playing Surrey at the Oval, and somebody put some arrows, the crossbow incident, and they abandoned play for the day. And Middlesex did not have the opportunity, they said, to get their over rate up, and they were relegated by 2 points.
I asked Kevin Hand about that once, but he refused to talk about it. Oh no, he talked about it incessantly for the entire 4 days.
Here's the next ball, which is short and goes through to the wicketkeeper.
And he'll still talk about it now if you ask him.
Of course, you go to Taunton, they never mention about declarations and all that sort of thing, and crazy results.
Well, he still talks about the Taunton pitch as well. When he almost got lynched for saying that the pitch wasn't up to standard, he claims.
Well, he claims it wasn't up to standard, or he claims he nearly got lynched.
Glamorgan have been dismissed for 137, and Durham have won by 53 runs, I think, or 55.
Next ball is turned away for a couple here by Azhar Ali. Masood has got quite a stretch from deep square leg round towards mid-wicket. 2 more to the total. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire need 13 to make Derbyshire bat again. Azhar Ali has 56, Jake Libby has 84. Partnership worth 149. 184 for 1.
That is Durham's first win of the season in the County Championship at the 6th attempt. Glamorgan have also played 6 matches now. They've won 2, drawn 2, and of course lost 2 now. They haven't picked up many bonus points either, Glamorgan, which will count against them, I think, in a very tight second division. I've got a nasty feeling that any second now, your alarm's going to go off, brothers.
God, I was going to say, I thought we were coming out with something really...
Here's Saranga Lakmal. There it is. Turned into the leg side by Jake Libby. Forward of square. They're going to pick up 1 and they decide against the second as Alex Hughes gets there to do the fielding.
I was going to say any second now it's going to pour with rain or something.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised at that either. And I'm starting to become concerned about the -2, if I'm entirely honest with you. It is cooling down considerably. We're doing an update for Chris Burks just after the 2 o'clock news. Burksy doing the afternoon show this week. Different person every week. Here's Lakmal in and bowls, and it's defended by Azhar Ali up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Wayne Matson almost loses his cap. Almost loses his cap. Loud, very loud motorbike goes past, not too far away from us, I fancy. And in comes Lakmal, bowls to Azhar Ali, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there is a no run. Still just 12 runs now required to wipe out the deficit, at which point Derbyshire will be required to bat again if they get Worcestershire out, which they're not going to. Here comes Saranga Lakmal again, midway through his 15th over, bowls, and that one is driven pretty straight, just to the offside of straight, and fielded by Billy Goddleman, who is of course at mid-off, because he's always at mid-off, Billy Goddleman. The wind getting up, the sun has disappeared, the clouds are darkening. And it is already raining at Grace Road, which isn't particularly good news. 30 seconds. This next one is pulled into the leg side aerially by Azhar Ali. There's a chase around the boundary for Alex Hughes, and Ali gets back for a couple more. He moves on to 58, and Worcestershire trail now by just 10 runs. Ashmal Shazad and Mickey Arthur at the far end now. Chris Burks, yes, not going well for Derbyshire, I'm afraid, this, and the news might get slightly worse because they're 187 for 1 now, Worcestershire. They only trail by 10. Derbyshire haven't picked up a wicket all day, and only 2 wickets have fallen in the afternoon sessions on the entire first 3 days of this match. The other problem that Derbyshire have got is that their over 8 is -2, which means they may well be docked some of the bonus points they pick up. Should it rain, which it looks likely because Leicestershire, playing at Grace Road, are off for rain at the moment, so it's clearly heading our way. It's just not a good day. Worcestershire 187 for 1, trailing by 10. Thank you to Chris Burks. I'll do another one. on at 2:30 if we're still playing. If we're not, I shall. Sam Connor's going to continue from the racecourse end. Everything's slowing down, including my brain. He's on his way in now, and he wasn't very quick to start with. He's on his way in now. Bowls to Jake Libby, who defends it by pushing it out to Wayne Madsen, who's fielding at that position halfway up the pitch with his left foot on the cut strip on the onside. A very straight, short-ish mid-on. Lap almost completed for Ajmal Shahzad and Mickey Arthur. Mickey, no doubt, wondering what tricky questions he's going to be asked at the close of play. I can't remember the last time I ever asked a tricky question. Next one is driven very nicely for 4 runs by Jake Libby. It was too wide. It was a half volley, and it was given the treatment. And Libby moves to 89. 191 for 1 now. Worcestershire only trail by 6. Glorious shot from Jake Libby, who is finding his form quite nicely. Jake Libby will play T20, won't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we play you home and away in T? I can't remember. I can't remember. No, it's not a good question.
It's an extremely good question.
I'm not sure if you come here. This next one is pushed into the offside by Jake Libby. Kick of the floor.
I'm not sure they don't do it on their northern tour, which takes us to everywhere from Dumfries to.
We definitely played Durham.
West Houghton.
Just after we played India, we play Lancashire, and we play Northants, and we play Yorkshire at and we play Leicestershire. I don't think we played Durham and Notts. So I think Worcestershire might not be coming here in the T20.
Oh, pity.
In comes this next delivery from Sam Connors. It's short and wide of off stump, and he has a go at it, does Jake Libby, and misses it. And it's claimed eventually by Brooke Guest diving away to his right-hand side. Now, did he get a touch on that? And has that been dropped as hands on head still? I'm not so sure.
No.
There were no oohs and catch-its, were there?
No.
I don't think we do play.
No, I don't think that, A, I don't think that was a drop, and B, I think you're right.
Yeah. We do go to a new road, but that's another short one that Libby leaves alone to go through to Brooke Guest. 2 members of the coaching staff are now leaning on the main Derby and Burton Hospital's charity trust advertising board, which their name adorns the Derbyshire kit, I think. It's such small writing I can't see from here. I'm fairly sure it does. Which was the car park away to our left-hand side as a gentleman with red trousers comes around. And this one's been guided down to a wide, fine leg, a slide in there from Lewis Rees in the far distance, and the batsmen get back for 2. 193 for 1. Jake Libby moves to 91. And Worcestershire trail by 4 at the end of that over. And I think we're going to see some spin now, because it's time to get that -2 knocked off that scoreboard. The sooner, the better.
They nearly collided then, the 2 batsmen, because they were having to run around the short mid-wicket. They both went the same side.
They are coming back out at Crace Road at 2:15.
Oh.
They're not coming back out at Lords, which is very amusing.
Yeah.
Durham have beaten Glamorgan, as we said.
Headline in the 10 o'clock news tonight: rain in London. Thompson indeed did to come on at the end. Wayne Madsen's doing a bit of twirling at this end, so maybe he's going to have a go as well.
You wouldn't be surprised, would you? No breakthrough in the first, 25, 30 minutes after lunch, and get the spinners on, get that -2 down to 0, take your 14 points, and move on as one of 2 unbeaten sides to Trent Bridge next Thursday. God, it'll be here sooner than you know it.
got a couple of people on Twitter asking what the main road is that runs at the far end of the ground.
Yes, I was wondering if you could tell me what that was.
Next, the ball is turned down towards fine leg, and there is no run. William says, if we want to improve the testing, we get rid of T20 and increase the county championship from 4 to 5 days to get more players used to the 5-day game. Not going to happen, William, I'm afraid.
No.
T20 will not be gotten rid of. We should play more county cricket. Next ball is whipped away by Azhar Ali. They'll get one, they'll settle for one. Deep square leg comes round. Who's that out there? Is that Hughes? It is Hughes round there, just out the corner from me. No, I think we should play more county cricket, but a lot of other people think we should play less county cricket. But if we play more county cricket, you get players used to playing 4 days. I think 5 days, not many games would go to 5 days. This one probably would have done.
It would have to 6 or 7.
7 or 8 weeks.
Yeah.
But
timeless championship matches.
Good.
Start on Monday, see when you finish.
Yeah. Come home when you're finished. But thank you, William, for your message. Here's the next ball, which sees Libby going back and across and pushing out on the offside. Yeah, it is the continual conundrum how to fit it all into a season, which, in my humble opinion, isn't difficult. Stop giving players a week off. A good way to start it. Next ball is turned on the onside. There is no run, and the players will say, "Well, it's back-to-back games and all this," but that's kind of your job, isn't it?
Yeah.
I used to do it before. Start on a Saturday, start on a Wednesday. Next ball pushed back down the pitch.
You'd struggle to get 2 4-day games in a week, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, unless you were the Beatles, 8 days a week. 194 for 1. 3 more Worcestershire need to officially make Derbyshire bat again, and there could well be 4 of them, as that's cut beautifully by Libby. Down, backward of square on the offside, down towards third man, and indeed, that total has reached 198. 197 was the magic figure. That is the end of Thompson overs, just ran a bit too short with that last delivery. And Worcestershire lead by 1. Azhar Ali has 59. Jake Libby has 95.
That was Jake Libby, wasn't it, who played that shot?
It was.
Yeah, I thought it was. I was watching. Here is, I wasn't really, here's Wayne Madsen, as predicted by Mystic Bradders. Having seen him windmilling his arms around.
It was a better prediction than your last one, I have to say.
What was my last prediction?
You built it all up, and then I can't remember. It was that good. It was that good.
I do remember saying that Saranga Lakmal wouldn't bowl again, and him coming on about 3 deliveries later. He doesn't do an awful lot of warming up, I think it's fair to say. He doesn't like to expend any unnecessary energy. So, what kind of target will Worcestershire set Derbyshire?
Yes. They'll set him a 10 to 5 shake hands target.
Yes, they will. Oh, Wayne Madsen's coming now, and Azhar Ali's pulled away because he's got something in his eye. And now he's removed his helmet, his right glove, and he's trying to get whatever it is in his eye out of his eye. And the umpire's nodding because I think Billy Godleman said, hang on, we brought the spinners on because the over 8's -2. Cut us some slack, and the umpire, Rob White, nodded sagely. And here is Wayne Madsen. Come on, Madsy. Bit of encouragement for Wayne Madsen. No idea why he's in now and bowled. That one is pushed into the onside and fielded by Liz Deploy. Down to his left. Ant says, after 4 games, the batting looks strong, but I'm definitely worried about the bowling attack. Oh dear. Next delivery is a full toss, and it's clipped into the leg side by Azhar Ali, fielded by Anuj Dal. I know the pitches have been like roads, but apart from Lakmal, it's very ordinary, he suggests. It's slightly better than ordinary. This one is turned into the leg side by Azhar Ali for a single. He moves on to 60. Worcestershire 199 for 1. And Wayne Madsen's the kind of bowler who might get hit for 6, Bradders.
He's also the kind of bowler who might take a wicket.
But what I'm saying is, Oof, goes past the edge of Jake Libby's bat. What I'm saying is Jake Libby's 5 away from a century.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
Well, it could happen. Madsen bowls and Libby. You're going to ignore me though, aren't you? Drives it back.
No, I'm just going to say he bowled 21 overs before today and taken 1 for 68.
Yes. Next delivery from Madsen is tossed up and played back to him by Jake Libby. And Madsen, one thing that he does is get through his overs really quickly. He's already got his cap back on.
I'm not sure Jake Libby is the sort of batsman who wallops 6
Is he not?
to go to 100.
No?
No. I'm sure he can, and I'm sure I've seen him do it, but not in that sort of a situation. So they were back on at Graceland.
2:15, but now it's gone back to match delayed by rain again.
It has,
so I think they were due to come on at 2:15 and it started raining again. That's the kind of frustrating afternoon you don't need when there's a tight match going on or a match going on that needs saving.
Thompson to continue. City end. Right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Azhar Ali, who turns it away on the leg side. There shall occurreth no run. There's flat 2A's got the lights on now. Can't afford that in the current power crisis. Next ball turned away on the leg side, no run.
Now, Derbyshire haven't lost a single minute this season to rain.
Have they not?
No. No. Not a single minute. We lost 4 overs to bad light and that's it.
Next ball, Azhar Ali turns to mid-wicket.
And they were round about 6:10 one day in the game against Glamorgan, but second day 2, I think. That's it.
Next ball is driven by Azhar Ali, who thinks initially about taking a single. It really wasn't there, but he also slipped slightly as he played the shot, which meant that he wasn't completely flat-footed, and decided against it.
They are now playing at Grace Road.
Oh, right. They are back on. There's Thompson. It was on his way in, but now he is. Bowls a quicker delivery, and he's gone. The finger is up. Azhar Ali has been given out LBW. He stands there for quite a long time looking at the umpire, as if to say, I'm not quite sure about that. Interestingly, that Thompson is bowling around the wicket, and as far as I could see, he's played a shot at that one, so Azhar Ali looking somewhat aggrieved. We do have a replay, and oh my word, sorry.
Interesting.
If the umpire thought he wasn't playing a shot, he's out. If he was playing a shot,
which he was,
I don't think he's out.
Wasn't he?
I don't think so.
Was he not playing a shot?
Well, you could say. It comes again, and he's playing a shot at that. Azhar Ali stands.
That's quite a linger, isn't it? That's quite the linger.
To be honest, I'm not one of those who sort of questions official, but I might have had a bit of a linger as well for that one. There we go. There we go. The umpire says you're out, so get off. Azhar Ali goes for 60. I would say that he was disappointed.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he looked slightly disappointed. 9 fours, 152 minutes. Derbyshire have got one end open. That's how comes the Centurion from the first innings, Jack Haynes.
How many overs gone? 54. The first wicket today, that's a wicket between lunch and tea.
That's the third of the match.
I want you to make a note of that.
Yeah, we should have done. He's going. He's had enough. No, that's it. He's off. He's gone. He'll be on the M42 before you know what's happening. So Alex Thompson picks up a wicket. That'll cheer him. It's his 11th of the season. You know, has 1 for 31. Jack Haynes has a look round. Waits, that one's turned into the leg side. And there is no run. Yeah, 133 made in the first innings. Jack Haynes. It's the end of the over. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. Alex Thompson. Blackmell with the only other wicket to fall. 199 for 2. Worcestershire. They lead by 2. If that wicket had come 3 hours ago, we might have been more excited. Here's Madsen bowling, and that's defended by Jake Libby, who's 5 away from a century.
I am back, I have returned.
Back, Madsen bowls it, floats one up, falling into the block hole.
Bad news for the listener. I'm back.
Libby defends. He waits again because Madsen's already in again, and he defends that one to Leas Deploy, who picks up, tosses the ball to Wayne Madsen, who's at the top of his mark and ready to come in again. And Libby goes back into his crease and pushes this one out into the offside. And it's fielded by Alex Hughes. They go through for a single, and it's the 200 up in the second innings for Worcestershire. The 200 for 2, leading by 3. Libby moves on to 96. Just watching Lewis Rees there. I don't think we're going to see him bowl again. I think those 5 overs are pretty much the limit of his capabilities at the moment. I just wanted to keep an eye on him when he was running. He wasn't running massively freely, but he doesn't appear to be limping as Madsen bowls to Haynes, who defends back to the bowler, picks up, jogs back to his mark, polishes the ball for no reason, wants to come in and bowl again, but Haynes isn't ready. He will be in a minute. He's chomping at the bit, Madsen, look, chomping at the bit. And now he's keeping the batsman waiting, so Haynes steps away. Very good. And now everybody's ready, and Madsen bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side by Haynes. And it's the end of Madsen's second over, 2 overs for 2 runs. 57 overs left if it doesn't pour down with rain. Worcestershire at 200 for 2 now, leading by 3.
I don't know, has that blown through a bit? Oh, you're an expert on this local weather.
No, I'm not. Oh, good grief.
Well, you see more of it than me, let's put it that way.
Yeah, usually when I hope it rains, it doesn't. And when I don't want it to, it does. I've got no idea what's going on, really. No idea at all.
Here is Thompson from the city end, bowling to Jake Libby. 4 away from his half century, and he's not going to get it there. It's a nice shot, so just easing the ball down towards third man. Connors, the fielder, goes to 97. Worcestershire go to 201 for 2. It's a dull afternoon now.
It is, isn't it? I'll put my jacket on in a minute. Or now.
Next ball pushed away on the offside. No run. Now cast a cloud.
As your granddad used to say.
I used to say that in the middle of December, which was quite unusual, really. Here's Thompson in again and pushed back down the pitch by Jack Haynes. Ooh, chirpy, the Derbyshire fielders, as you would expect. Next ball is pushed back up the pitch. No run. Thompson about to complete his, or has he got 2 balls left of it? He's in his 10th over anyway. I thought he bowled 5 of them. Here's the next ball, which is pushed back up the pitch. And I had miscounted because there is at least 1 more ball in the over. Got a slip in, ring of 3 on the offside, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the onside. All saving a single. Pushed away by Haynes. Oh, they're going to have to be quick here. They are quick as the throw comes into the non-striker's end from Billy Godleman. That does complete the over. Thompson, 10 overs, 1 for 33. Jake Libby has 97. Jack Haynes has 1. Worcestershire 202 for 2. Officially, 56 overs remain in the day.
Don Topley tweeting that Middlesex enjoying the rain but Surrey not, eating into their game time, to which Kevin Hand has replied, thank goodness he hasn't put goodness. We have more than 10 games a year. The new over begins. Wayne Madsen bowls it, and it's defended by Haynes out into the offside. There is no run. I'm trying to think of something clever, because Don then retorts as this next delivery is defended once again by Haynes with not biting. So if somebody can think of a clever, witty remark like nor indeed interesting, ... I think that's going to be my reply when this over's finished from Wayne Madsen, who bowls to Haynes, who turns this one into the leg side. These agenda pushers. Bless you, as Madsen on his way in again. That one is defended out into the offside by Haynes. Picks the ball up, does Madsen. Jogs back to his mark. And again, Madsen is in, back into his crease goes Haynes, defends.
I hope I'm on a hat-trick here.
Excellent. I think 3 and you get to keep him. Here's Madsen, in again. Last ball of the over, defended by Haynes. And Madsen gets to another 60-second over. That is 60 seconds rather than 60-second, because he's bowled 3. 3 overs for 2 runs. That was his first maiden. 202 for 2. Worcestershire leading by 5. Of course, the over rate doesn't really change until each interval anymore, I don't think, does it?
No, this is something that I've learned from the scorers. They are not allowed to change it on the scoreboard until the interval, although the umpires can ask the scorers and pass on to the captains what the over rate is, which all seems a bit daft to me, as Libby comes forward and plays the ball back down the pitch to Thompson. Not that anything is daft in cricket, of course, but I think it should be changed as it goes along. You know, the captain will then know that he hasn't got to rush through his overs. Here is the next ball, which, Libby, a little inside edge-ish to drive that to mid-wicket. He's in the nervous 97s, on the verge of his 11th first-class century. It's raining at Edgbaston. Next ball is a quicker delivery. You'll get 1 here. Connor's in from deep extra cover, deep square cover to field. 1 more to the total. I would think that with scores of 597 for 6 declared and 526 for 4,
could shake hands now.
There was a huge cheer when it started raining. People were dancing in the streets of Edgbaston. Next ball turned on the leg side, and there is no run. That must be 1,200 runs now in that game for 10 wickets.
Not great, is it? Though?
Oh, dear. They might want to give their bowlers a bit of a run in action, declare and give them a bit of bowling practice. Whipped away on the onside. No run here from Jack Haynes. 203 for 2, Worcestershire. Last ball of Thompson's 11th over, about to be purveyed towards Haynes, who pushes out on the offside. This time he doesn't take a single. He did the last ball of the last over to Billy Godwin, but he probably hit this one with a little bit more power. It was to Godwin's right, and he got down well to stop it. End of the over. So just to reiterate, it's raining in Southampton, raining at Beckenham, which is south of London, raining at Edgbaston.
It's only bad light at Edgbaston on my...
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, and raining... Oh, it is bad light, yeah.
So dark they couldn't see the rain. That one's pushed into the offside by Jake Libby. I'm glad he only took a single there, because he's got off strike and I can do the rest of this over now. That Jack Haynes just defends it back to the bowler. Comes Madsen. That one is pushed out to the offside now. They're going to go through for a quick single. There's a shot that stumps from Lewis Rees that misses by 1.5 feet. And Libby gets through safely enough. Haynes moves on to 2, and Jake Libby is on 99, brothers.
He is indeed. It's been a grafting innings, this one from Libby. He certainly wasn't batting with any great fluency this morning, but he's got into a bit of rhythm this afternoon. Oh, blimey, and the old alarm's gone off at the same time as he comes forward. Where's my phone? Sure off. It's a nightmare, this. Things you do for love. Libby pushes that one back down the pitch, and he's waiting with his bat held high. This time he's trying to work it out backward of square on the leg side. Actually gets too much bat on it and plays it exactly square. And no run shall occur. Next ball, Libby Flicks it away on the leg side. No, he's looking for a single there, but Billy Gottleman's brought everybody in to save the single here. Put a bit of pressure on Jake Libby. Madsen jogs in again, and Libby does get this one away. No, 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 is the shout from Jack Haynes at the other end. And indeed, he answers the call and gets back. So that is the end of the over. I've got to go and do something
I'll do him justice.
Okay.
Well, I'll try.
Worcestershire lead by 8. They are, I suppose, in theory, they're 8 for 2 here. 205 for 2 is the score.
Yeah. 8 for 2. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but they are 8 for 2. Bless you. And it's Jack Haynes on 2 on strike. Half an hour till kick-off, boys. In comes Alex Thompson and turns that into the leg side. And there is no run. 205 for 2. Thompson bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Haynes. Again, there's no run. And he comes. Thompson turned into the leg side by Haynes once again. Thompson around the wicket bowls, and that's defended by Haynes out into the onside, and there's no run. Next delivery is defended by Jack Haynes to Alex Thompson. There's no run. I'm certainly here. Spoken to by Chris Burks from the studio. I think he's going to come to me shortly. That one is defended up to Alex Thompson, and again there is no run. End of the over. 205 for 2. Worcestershire leading by 8, and Jake Libby is on 99 not out. And his 100 could come during both of our updates, which is the perfect storm of nightmarishness. Nobody tells me I've done a good job. Libby on strike now. He's on 99. Madsen bowls. Too many drives it, but no run. Here goes Madsen. That one is clipped. Yeah, it's slightly better actually. They have got a wicket now today, Chris. Worcestershire 205 for 2. At the moment we're on Jake Libby watch. He's on 99 not out. He's faced 3 deliveries from a Wayne Madsen over being bowled from the racecourse, and he rattles through his overs, does Wayne Madsen, and he's defended another one back to him. Azhar Ali, LBW to Alex Thompson for 60, didn't look out, if I'm entirely honest with you. He was definitely playing a shot, looked like he pitched outside leg, and therefore he couldn't have been out, but the umpire sent him on his way. It's the only wicket that's fallen today, though, and what it means is that Worcestershire are 205 for 2, Jake Libby on 99, Jack Haynes on 2. Worcestershire now leading by 8, and that is not Jake Libby's century, because Wayne Madsen has just bowled a maiden over to him. Libby still waiting. 99 off 181 balls. The partnership worth a mere 6. This one's going to end in a draw, and the sooner it rains, almost certainly the better. Yes, absolutely. That's me all day long, Chris, all day long. I'm probably one of the more positive people at the station, I think. He's back. Brothers is back, and Jake Libby's on 99
He's
still.
waited.
Yes, he was always going to wait. He was always going to wait.
Good lad. Good Cornish boy.
Alex Thompson bowls to Jack Haynes, who turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. I was doing an update there.
You were.
And trying to keep an eye on Jake Libby, because I wanted to give it the full bifter when he got to his 100. And of course, you almost commentate.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, that one's turned into the leg side by Haynes. Everybody's dropped anchor here. The bowlers, the batsmen, the fielders. Nobody wants to do anything. As next delivery is turned into the leg side. And it's fielded for the 4th time, potentially, by Anuj Dahl at mid-wicket. I don't know why I'm still listening to that music. In comes Thompson again. This one's driven very nicely indeed. That might go all the way for 4. It will go all the way for 4 runs. Billy Godwin is giving up the chase now. That's a nice shot by Jack Haynes. He moves on to 6, out towards the wide, long off boundary. The lead is up to 12. Worcestershire are 209 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity for Jack Haynes to get some runs here, but there's also an opportunity. It's a bit of a fool's paradise because you could get out for not a lot.
Yes, quite. Yeah. Haynes waits, turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run on this occasion as it's fielded by Alex Hughes out of the over. 6 to Haynes, 99 to Jake Libby. 209 for 2.
What is your bit of music you're listening to anyway? So anything?
Mamas and the Papas, I think.
Oh, right. California Dreaming.
Is it Monday or Sunday, or whatever it's called? Or is it the Seekers? I don't know. Yeah, that's the one.
Your warning of what would to be. Good song.
Yeah.
Not when I sing.
No.
Next ball from Wayne Madsen is to Jake Libby, pushes it out on the offside. Libby on 99. He's been in the 90s. He's been out there for a long time, not just in the 90s. As Madsen is in and bowls and pushed away. There's a ring of 5 on the onside, 4 on the offside. They are all saving a single. Madsen's ready to go already. He turns around as soon as he gets past the umpire and he gets that one away, Jake Libby. And he's got his century, the 11th of his first-class career. He'll take off his helmet and raise his bat to his chums in the dressing room. He's probably scored a more fluent century in his career, but that's a vital one for Worcestershire. Certainly this morning when he and Azhar Ali came back out to bat, they needed to stay there for a long time, and he's done just that. Come off 185 balls.
Yep, 11 fours.
Madsen bowls, and he lets this one go by, and there's some oohs and ahs. The ever-enthusiastic Wayne Madsen. Never short of an ooh or an ah.
The over rate's now level, look.
All of a sudden.
How did that happen?
Yeah. Next ball turned away on the onside, and there is.
Ooh. So an interesting throw by Shan Masood. I think it's hit the batsman. It knocked him over, certainly, unless he was taking evasive action and ended up on the floor, but it couldn't be taken cleanly by broadcast. Masood.
Going to knock him out now.
He absolutely apologised straight away.
He did. Madsen bowls pushed away on the offside.
I think he'll apologise again now. Watch. Yeah,
he is.
There we go. Told you. If he isn't the nicest man in the world, I don't know who is.
Well, I don't know. I'm all right. I've watched that LBW again from Azhar Ali.
Is it still not out?
I still think it pitches outside his legs.
There's been a couple of dodgy ones, hasn't there?
What are the umpires talking about here?
Getting dark. Put the lights on, please. Bring the lights on.
It might be. He might be spot on with that.
Get the light meters out. Oh, it is dark. Anybody fancy an early dart? A couple at the far end do. Alex Thompson begins a new over from the city and turned into the leg side by Jake Libby, fielded by Alex Hughes. There's no run. It's the last thing Derbyshire want is to spend electricity on lights for a game that's going absolutely nowhere.
Send your smart meter mad, though, wouldn't
it? Yeah, wouldn't it? Libby defends this next. Thompson delivery up to Anuj Dahl. At mid-wicket. Gives the ball a cursory polish. It's 63.5 overs old now, that ball. It's almost not worth polishing. As the next delivery is again defended up towards mid-on. But it doesn't reach like Mal because Dahl steps across to do the fielding. He's in again. This one's clipped into the leg side, where it's fielded by Liz Deploy on this occasion out at mid-wicket. Sort of squarer than Dahl, who's quite close in on the leg side. Thompson bowls, defended by Libby, back towards him. There is no run, unsurprisingly. Raining again at Grace Road. As in comes Thompson. Turned into the leg side by Jake Libby. And, well, you know the rest. 14 overs, 4 maidens now. 1 for 38. That was indeed a maiden over. I was going to say we're fortunate that it's not raining here, but I'm not entirely sure that we are anymore. This isn't as bad as 1,000 or 1,100 runs for 10 wickets, but we now know the inevitable conclusion of this game.
Madsen to continue. A Yorkshire is 60 for 3 with 54 overs remaining. They need 127 to avoid the innings defeat. Could be a good finish there. The next ball is played out to mid-on. Connors is doing some... Maybe just doesn't want to get stiff and cold, but here's the next ball from Madsen. Pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. We've got a timer, Wayne. Madsen maiden over.
Yeah, we should actually.
It probably takes less than a minute.
When the ball's played straight back to him, he's almost back at his mark before he's picked the ball up.
He's in again.
Like this.
Down the pitch. No run. Yeah, so he's picked it up. 1, 2, 3. He's back now. He's where he wants to start. He's even changed the field and got the slip to come in. And he's away again. And this time played off the back foot. Nicely timed by Libby, but can't get it past Cover Point, who is the 12th man, who's had a lot of fielding to do as the ball is pushed out on the onside this time, and there is no run. Jack Haynes wants a drink, and
of course he does.
He's ordered one for his partner as well.
Yeah, well, he's paying.
That's generous.
Oh.
Wayne Madsen decided to come round the wicket, and he's almost bowling before Jack Haynes has gone over to the other side. All right, that was less than a minute to bowl.
That was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
We're going to have a drinks break.
They do say that Bomber Wells, the old Gloucestershire spinner who used to bowl off a shorter run than Madsen, I saw him play once, they do say he bowled an over at the Wagon Works in Gloucester while the cathedral clock struck 12. Now, I don't know how true that is. But
Brilliant if he did.
It's a good
Brilliant.
story.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're having a tea break here. Still off at Edgbaston Bad Light. Well, Yorkshire, that could be a result. Durham, if you missed it, have beaten Glamorgan by 58 runs. They're back off at Grace Road. They are not playing at Lord's. So that belt of rain kind of coming up the country. And they haven't played all day in Southampton.
No.
So it's just hanging on the coast.
Look how tight it is in the second division at the moment. Middlesex, prior to this round of matches, 82 points. Glamorgan are now 81, but they've played 2 games more. Durham 80. They've also played 6. Notts at 73, Derbyshire at 65, Worcestershire at 52, and then Sussex and Leicestershire bringing up the rear. And if their game ends in a draw, that won't help either of them really. So it looks like 6 of the 8 teams will go into the last round of matches before the T20 starts, all within touching distance of the top 2 certainly.
That's good. Competitive cricket.
Derbyshire would move up to 79, which would leave them just a point behind Durham and 2 behind Glamorgan. They both played 6 matches.
Everybody's had a drink.
The umpires are talking about, they're just saying, well, yeah, that's been a good 4 days, hasn't it? Yeah, what was your room like? It wasn't too bad, actually. I went for the full English again this morning. And,
where are you next week?
Yeah. I'm at Trent Bridge. Oh, well, never mind.
They do a lot of travelling, the old humps, don't they?
That'll be helpful. Oh, yeah.
Especially when the T20 starts. I remember we
as do we, in fact.
As do we, yeah. We were tipping up at Edgbaston one night, and the car park gate had frozen or something, and we were in a queue. Mark Benson was umpire at the time, and he got out of his car and said, "What's going on, lads?" And I don't know. He said, "Who are Warwickshire playing?"
Yes. It can feel a bit like that, it can feel like the old package holiday whip round Europe.
If it's Wednesday, it must be Belgium.
Yeah. Can feel like that.
Especially that start.
On 4 occasions, I think it's 4, it might be 5, but certainly 4 occasions, Derbyshire playing on successive days and then have like 3 days off, and you think, well, really? Yeah. Pop a day in between. Be a good lad. That that computer. Here's Thompson around the wicket bowling to Haynes, pushes it out into the onside. There is no computer, clearly. If there was a computer, they'd have to rewrite the programme every year anyway, because the whole programme changes on a yearly basis in cricket and doesn't do itself any favours. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Haynes and fielded by Anuj Dal. I haven't seen any white cars leave today. I haven't seen any arrive, to be honest.
No cars at all. Maybe not allowed in on a Sunday.
Yes, yeah.
Not coming in here, lad, in a
Really
white car.
disappointing. Thompson again bowls, and this one is driven, sort of. Back to him by Haynes. David Griffin has put down his camera for the time being, unsurprisingly, away on the far side of the old finishing post. The next delivery is pushed back towards Thompson, and there's no run. A few more people leave. They've seen enough. Thompson bowls to Haynes, who defends it back towards Thompson, who picks up.
Perhaps they know about the monsoon that's on the way.
Well, it is a slight concern, you would have thought, if you're going to be standing at a bus stop. They don't have bus shelters anymore, do they? No one's driven up to Billy Godalming at mid-off.
Don't have buses on a Sunday, do they?
Well, maiden over from Alex Thompson. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 38. His figures now 211 for 2 at the end of the over. And Wayne Madsen is going to continue from the race course end. 100 to Libby.
We have seen
to Haynes.
We have seen a blue bus today, so there are some buzzes around. How do I do that? So I'm trying to do something clever.
Really?
Won't last long. Next ball is played back down the pitch, and there is no run to the ever busy Madsen. He's on his way to bowl to Libby. Libby, who gets a short ball, she pushes. That either stopped on him or turned a bit by the way Libby played it, and it's already back in Madsen's hand. Off he goes again, and this time turned away on the onside. Masood stops the ball and doesn't decapitate a batsman throwing it back on this occasion. He did apologise profusely several times. Madsen in again and turned by Libby once again on the onside. Anuj Dal into field. Madsen acrobatically takes the throw back. Now he's going to come right arm around the wicket, and this ball sees Libby pushing the ball on the onside. There is no run, and Madsen.
Come on, Wayne.
He could do
Come
this.
on.
He could do this. He could do this. He bowls, and Libby plays it on the onside. 59 seconds. Well bowled.
59 seconds. And that wasn't one of his quicker overs.
No.
Because the ball was played on either side of the wicket and all sorts.
Yeah, if he'd been straight back to him, I think he would have been a UK all-comers
record. He could do 35, 40
Yeah.
seconds if he tried, couldn't he?
Yeah, that's remarkable.
15 minutes until kick-off, lads. Just to get those nerves jangling, the big Chesterfield game. I know you're all panicking in there. Bless.
Happy days. There he is. He goes round and round, that bloke on the motorbike, like the white car driver. Matthews in.
Oh, it's me, isn't it? Sorry, it was me. Yeah, no,
it's you, and it's not Matthews, it's Thompson.
Thompson bowled.
Apart from that was very accurate.
And Haynes defends. Sorry, just assume that Thompson's bowling and Haynes is defending.
It takes him forever to bowl it over Thompson.
Oh, he's upwards of a minute and 15, isn't he? That one is defended. Nice bit of footwork from Lears to play. I've got a programme to tell you about, which is of interest to Derbyshire cricket folk. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Haynes. From next Sunday, we're repeating an updated Derby County story. It was originally made in 1984, but it has, of course, been updated along the way. It's on next Sunday. It starts next Sunday at 1 o'clock, as this next delivery is guided into the leg side. The first episode starts with the formation of the club out of Derbyshire County Cricket Club, so it might be well having a little listen. And they were originally going to be called Derbyshire County. This one is defended by Haynes. I might have missed him. If I did miss one, it was bowled and defended back to Thompson. There's one delivery left of the over. He's gone over the wicket. He's gone round the wicket. He's gone over the wicket. And now he's coming over the wicket. And this one is defended by Haynes. It makes little difference whether he comes around or over. End of it, 211 for 2. He could do whatever he wanted. He could just chuck it in from the boundary. Nobody cares. 211 for 2. Worcestershire lead by 14. Yeah, it was like so many football teams that were formed for the cricketers, to give the cricketers something to do and keep fit during the winter months. Played here originally. England played Ireland here in a football international. It was an FA Cup final replay here. A ground steeped in footballing history as well as cricketing history. So next Sunday at 1, so at lunch in the Nottinghamshire game.
Here is Madsen. Played back to him. This could be.
Assuming we haven't beat them in 3 days.
I haven't. He's in again, and this is turned on the onside. There is no run. If every ball was played back to him, as you say, 45 seconds, he could do this.
Oh, it's possible. It's possible.
Next ball floated up, and they really did get that one to there.
The ball takes longer to get down to the other end than it does for him to get back to his mark and bowl the next one.
He's off again. And he's metronomic. Turned away on the leg side. That's who does the fielding. I can't remember the last time somebody on the offside, when Madsen was bowling, fielded the ball.
No.
He bowls again, solidly defences from Libby, who just wants to be there at the end, I think. Well, T is the next.
We all want to be at the end.
Yeah, it's the next ball, which Libby plays down the pitch. And I reckon that was.
I'm timing the next one. Are you doing the next one? I think we should do the next one, because that was the kind of over that is a 45-second maximum, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolute
maximum. That was sensational. Well, I'll do the Tomo one.
Okay.
I'll time the Thompson one, and you can time the Madsen one.
Could get 60 overs an hour here.
Can we not take the plus 15 into the next match, please?
Could play a T20 game in 40 minutes.
Alex Thompson, the batsmen are almost being rushed too much. So they just had a little chat. Goodness knows what they were talking about. You sitting on the back seat, or you having a game of cards, or what's happening on the bus on the way back?
Day off tomorrow, what are you doing? Fancy a game of golf?
Here is Thompson beginning a new over from the city end. Oh dear, that's going to spoil it. He's turned into the leg side for a single, for goodness sake. What's going on? No need.
Completely messed up.
No need. Yeah, that'll make a bit of a mess of his timings. And so they went off a brain again at Grace Road, with Leicestershire leading by 42 now. So as that game disappears, Thompson bowls and Libby defends it straight back to him. That's not necessarily good news for either of them. As I was saying, the bottom two going into this round of matches. The Middlesex, well,
still raining at Lords.
It is still raining at Lords. Very amusing. This next delivery, although it might mean somebody moans a lot next week, is pushed back to the bowler by Libby. He's only bowled 3 deliveries and we're already on 50 seconds. I mean, this is an absolute mockery of an over from Alex Thompson. I thought he was coming in then, but he decided not to. He is now. Bowls to Libby, who pushes this one out to the onside. And as Dahl fields it, Leicester thought about fielding, but thought he'd leave it. 2 deliveries to go. This one could take 90 seconds. Could take longer. Thompson steadies himself, comes in around the wicket, balls to Libby, pushes it back towards Thompson. Picks up. Umpire Lloyd points to the far distance. No idea why. There's nothing happening over there. There's not much happening here either. As Thompson is in. Bowls, Libby defends. Thompson picks up 1 minute and 42 seconds. That's a very, very, very long over.
It's dire, isn't
it? Yeah. 1 run from it. 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 39. 212 for 2 at the end of the over. Haynes has 8. Libby has 100 in Worcestershire. For what it's worth, lead by 15.
And officially, there are 42 overs remaining in the game. And we are, what time's tea? We are
40 minutes. Oh, excuse me.
Probably a bit more than that. 47 minutes away from tea. A refreshing cuppa. Madsen is about to bowl. He ain't started yet, so. Gentlemen, start your engines. Off he goes. No, he didn't. So I've got to give him 4 seconds on this one. Bowls to Haynes on this occasion, who plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run. Connor's doing some warming up exercises at mid-on. Maybe he's going to go have a trundle. Madsen bowls again, turned away on the onside. This is going to be a longer over.
It is, isn't it?
Fielders are picking it up. So
what's he doing?
yeah.
He's not even running back to his mark anymore. I think he's realised that he's done his job.
I think he's off at the end of this one. He's having a bit of a strop. Next ball is turned by. Oh no, it goes past the edge of his bat through to the wicketkeeper down the leg side. Oohs and ahs all round from close and not so close fielders. Madsen, away he goes again, and Haynes plays this out onside. No run. No, it's definitely going to be longer than the other one.
Yeah.
I think that was his personal best. Bowls. Oh, he's really giving that one some air. On the other side. That really was a loopy one. But Haynes not drawn into it. He's not playing the game. That's all slight hesitation here. That's added hesitation, repetition. Ooh.
Yeah, a minute and 17. That was hopeless. 77 seconds for an over. What's he doing?
It's shocking, isn't it? Never get the crowds back in, will it? Well, the crowd, a few of whom, they've been drifting away in 1s and 2s this afternoon. It's nice this morning, a nice sunny morning, and the possibility of what we call in sport a positive result still then. But certainly since lunch that seems to have disappeared, as indeed do some of the crowd.
Yes. Yeah, look, a fair number of crowd have gone.
Wicketkeeper's having a bowl now, or he's pretending to bowl. He's offering somebody the gloves.
I don't want to see that.
Oh,
I don't like that.
No, that really takes the mick.
Thompson begins a new over, bowls to Jake Libby, pushes it up into the leg side, and there is no run. I'd be fascinated actually to find out how, if he's ever bowled in first class cricket. I can't imagine that he has. I'd be surprised. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside. There is no run. Brooke Guest, who made 77 in the first innings, has never bowled in any form of senior cricket. Thompson bowls to Haynes.
No, he's not in my book.
No, never bowled in senior cricket. So perhaps it will be good to see him. What they need to do is have all 11 players bowl, which would mean that Billy Godleman would have to bowl and Shan Masood as well. Masood has bowled in international cricket. That one's defended back to Thompson, incidentally, if you were wondering. Now he's going to come over the wicket, just for a change. I'm not sure it'll make an awful lot of difference. As he bowls to Libby, who's been on 100 for ages. Once he got to 100, he was quite happy, which is understandable. Now he wants that 100 to be added to his total of runs with a little asterisk next to it. As he waits, the final ball of the Thompson over turns into the leg side, fielded by Anuj Dal. There is no run. Thompson, 18 overs and 7 maidens. 1 for 39, Worcestershire 212 for 2. Still, and we're going to see Wayne Madsen continue. We might get a quick one here. We might get a quick one. You never know. I'm on it. I'm on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay. I'm not going to be timer ready.
All that sand hadn't run through, had it?
Sooty hadn't gone past Mr. Plod on my second hand. He's ready to go. Madsen, he's ready. Come on, get that batsman there. He's saying.
He really wants to have bowled 2 balls by now.
Yeah. Away he goes, and this is turned over to the onside. Now get the ball back quick. Oh, a bit slow there. The fielder just bowled away from him slightly and slows the whole game down. Hansen in again, and he says, oh, he's really giving this a bit of air.
Yeah, isn't he?
And with this wind, he's maybe floating it into the right-hander. Ready to go again? No. Batsman Haynes not ready. You're not gonna rush me. Batsman bowls. I think that might have been a full toss, but
Yeah.
he's let it go through to Connors, who stops it with rolling over all over the place. Next ball, he's away. Madson's away. Played to mid-wicket. I get the impression this is a slightly slower over.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not an expert, but he's off again. Turn on the onside, no run, and last ball of the over. Off he goes again, and turn on the onside. There's a lot of oohs and ahs there. It looked to me as if Jack Haynes got that right in the middle of the bat.
Yes.
But where's everybody going?
Drink.
Oh, we just had one.
Well, they're still thirsty.
Unless Worcestershire declared they think they're going to win. Well, they are. There's another drink.
If they declared now, that'd be sensational with the lead of 15. They think it might rain.
Phones will be checked for calls to.
Yeah.
I'm not being derogatory, but calls to certain countries.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Still 3 down Yorkshire. Still raining. Oh,
Yay! There's the
still raining in Beckenham.
Feckenham.
Still
Beckenham.
Still very.
Feckenham is in Worcestershire. In Redditch.
Beckenham. Still
Beckenham.
very, very dark in Birmingham. Raining in Leicester. Raining in or at Lords. God, if we're not careful, we could be on 5 Live. We have to book our ideas up if we ever ended up on there. They're at Yorkshire against Lancashire, so it would have to rain at Headingley. It would have to rain everywhere, I fancy. Kick-off, incidentally, in the Chesterfield game, chaps, just in case you were wondering, in the room 2 doors away. I hope everything goes well for you. Yeah, thank you, Chris. 5 Live. We've been on 5 Live. We were on 5 Live 2 weeks ago. No need to be unpleasant. So the bowlers, the batsmen, the wicket keepers, the umpires, they've all had a drink. Quite right too. Don't want to be dehydrating. It almost certainly will bust down doors the talent in the country. Looks like Alex Thompson is going to continue. Lewis Rees has got a big smile on his face there at backward square leg. And we're about to get back underway after that drinks break. Thompson is in and bowls. Libby defends out into the offside. Thompson in again, bowls. That one is pushed back to the bowler. Nice one, Mark. I think for reasons of impartiality, I'm not sure I can mention that, but I completely agree. This next one is defended. No worries. Halfway through the over from Thompson. You won't miss anything while I'm updating, because nobody's doing anything. To suggest, Chris, that this game had ground to a halt wouldn't be much of an exaggeration. We've had 1 run in the last 5 overs. The last time you were with me, Jake Libby was on 99. He's on 100 now. Jack Haynes has 8. Worcestershire are 212 for 2, and they lead by 15 runs. Everybody's just waiting until 10 to 5 now. Really, they'll have to have tea. They'll have to come back, and at 10 to 5, they can shake hands and we can all go home, because this game's definitely going to end in a draw, which is a bit of a shame, really, because Derbyshire fancied their chances this morning when Worcestershire began on 59 for 1, still trailing by 138. But just the one wicket today, Azhar Ali, LBW, to Alex Thompson for 60, and he didn't look out at that. And that means that both sides will take 14 points when they eventually shake hands, which isn't a bad start. Derbyshire will remain unbeaten this season. Worcestershire 212 for 2, leading by 15. Okay. Yes, that sums it up reasonably succinctly-ish. This one is cut away and almost a run. Almost a run, but a good piece of fielding there at point. They're now making their own entertainment out there. The fielders is bats and bowls. It's defended. Another defeat for Burnley, I see. Leeds are losing. Manchester City are 2-0 down at West Ham. Now then, that's interesting. This one, that's more interesting than what's going on out here, quite frankly. Early stages of the second half, and Jared Bowen with both goals. And I'm sorry if I've just ruined match of the day 2 for you, but that is remarkable. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Haynes. There is no run. Chesterfield is still 0-0. As on Stockport and Hallett Mill, everybody is, so there's no point in me telling you specific ones, is there? That's down the leg side, not claimed cleanly by Brooke Guest. Ball back with Wayne Matson. This will be the last ball of the over. I'm sure I've missed a couple. That one's been turned into the leg side. Fielded by, I say fielded, picked up by Lewis Rees. All the players out there now know that this game is going to end in a draw. And are we going to see something that we've never seen before and have everybody in the team bowling? Probably not. That would be quite exciting, though. 212 for 2, incidentally. Wayne Manson's bowled 12 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 6. And Alex Thompson's going to continue from the City end. More people leave. I'm not entirely surprised. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside. And there's a run, everybody. There's a run. Jake Libby's got it. He's moved in the last half hour from 99 to 101. And in the last, that's the first run for 5 overs. The first run for 5 overs. Have you seen the football scores?
No.
Have you seen that one there?
West Ham 2, Manchester City 0.
Early second half. Interesting. Defended by Haynes, that one.
Even I
Back to Thompson.
think that's be a splendid result, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be an interesting result for the Premiership race, or Premier League, I beg your pardon, race. Final ball of the... No, it isn't. It's the third ball of the over. God,
wishful thinking there, mate.
Oh, dear. Is it 6 o'clock yet? What time do they come around with a tea?
Is it Sunday?
Here's Thompson again, around the wicket, bowls, driven, and they're going to take a single, and Billy Godwin fumbles rather disappointingly. And they do get through for a run. 214 for 2. Haynes moves on to 9. Did everybody who batted in the first innings, the Worcestershire first innings? No, no, they didn't. This one's pushed out into the offside. There's no run. There was a 2 and a 0. I was just wondering if everybody who'd batted had got into double figures. And then I could have gone to David Griffin. In fact, 3. Ed Pollock, bless him, only got 7 as well.
That was the last time the opposition every batsman got double figures.
Yeah, every batsman who batted got to double figures, but it hasn't happened anyway. So Manchester City pulled a goal back. That one has gone past the bat and into the hands of Brooke Guest. And Thompson has bowled 20 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 41 rather. Gloucestershire. Worcestershire, 214 for 2.
Stay with it, mate.
Yeah, just drifting a bit here.
Yeah. Wayne Madsen is going to bowl his... How many overs he bowled? 13th over. It's taken him 27 minutes to bowl 13 overs. Probably less than that.
Less than that, yeah, much less than that.
27 seconds probably to bowl 13 overs. But he's going to carry on. And Haynes forward defensively. The ball trickles less than a foot away from his bat, I would think, in front of him. The crowd drifting away in ones and twos, pushed away on the offside. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
They do well to drift away in any larger numbers, really, wouldn't they? Considering there are that many of them in here. They drifted away in tens, they'd all go.
Next ball pushed it back up the pitch, no run. 27 people in the permanent temporary stand. And there's 4 in front of the refreshment kiosk. Here's the next ball, which is pushed away.
Did you count the popular front at the other end?
The breakaway, yeah, the provisional coffee bar turned party. Next ball is turned away on the onside. They're thinking of forming a coalition with the permanent temporary stand in order to run the council. There was no run there, by the way. Take it as read.
There never is.
We'll tell you when there is.
There never is.
Here's Jack Haynes forward, pushing away on the offside. Just had a message from a mate of mine, Martin, said, what are they knocking on the head now?
Well, there is. It's a good point, and I never really understood why they can't. Yeah, sorry, Mark Beck. He was trying to avoid the West Ham score.
Sorry.
Sorry, mate. I'll try and keep quiet from now on.
It's amazing. 8-7. That's a remarkable game, isn't it?
Yeah. What a match of the day, too. That's going to be tonight. I made use of my new subscription to the MLB TV baseball thingy last night. Watched a bit of San Diego and then turned over and discovered it was on ESPN anyway. So I was slightly disappointed, but Alex Thompson will be getting a new over.
I can't remember which film it was, but during lockdown we paid £3.49 to watch a film, and the next day I thought, it's free on something else. I asked for my money back, didn't get it.
Next delivery. Oof. It's thick inside edge off the bat of Jake Libby out into the onside.
Must be a huge temptation for Libby to go 2 steps down and try and smash it into the stands.
Absolutely. Still only, I'm not being funny now, but the lead is still only 17. And if he got himself out like that and then there was a sudden collapse, it would be carnage, wouldn't it? There would be hell to pay, as they say. Yeah, the lead is 17. I mean, this is, to all intents and purposes, heading for a draw. They've taken tee at Grace Road, as this one is defended by Jake Libby, where it has been raining, incidentally. Leicestershire leading by 42. Well, they'll probably have around the same number of overs left as we've got. Well, they're rattling through them now. Ordinarily, we'd be going to tee in 2 overs. This one is defended by Libby back to Thompson. In actual fact, yeah, look at that. 34 overs remaining in the day.
That's it.
We'd be at tea in a minute, but we have to wait till 20 to 4. No, we have to wait till 20 to 4 anyway.
We'll have to wait till 4:30 some days.
Yes. Libby defends the next delivery from Alex Thompson. And, well, there's no run.
Taking tea at Beckenham because it's raining.
They haven't said they're taking tea at Lord's yet, but I can't imagine it's far away.
It's still much delayed by rain.
It's also tea at Birmingham where it's dark. I mean, they're having tea, for goodness sake. Yeah. 1100 for 10. For 10.
Grace Road, they're having tea, so that's because they're off, I presume.
Yeah, they've been off. They've been off since. Well, they came back very, very briefly, but they went off again. Have I got time while Wayne Madsen bowls himself? I bet I haven't, actually.
No.
Quite a long way away.
Madsen, right arm over in bowls, pushed forward by Jack Haynes out on the offside. It's just taking time out of the game as the Worcestershire runs. Well, they do matter, but they don't really matter. Haynes onto the back foot, just plays the ball down on the onside. Not too much enthusiasm from the Derbyshire fielders at the moment. Not too much excitement for them. A quicker delivery from Madsen, who's getting a good bowl here by Madsen. What did I say, bowl before today? 20 overs this season. And before this game, he'd bowled 21 overs. He's going to bowl that many between lunch and tea today. Push the ball out on the offside. The emergency vehicle makes its way along Sir Frank Whittle Way. As next ball is pushed back down the pitch. It's actually Sir Frank Whittle Road, but we won't argue about that. Next ball was the dot ball, by the way. take it as read. Same again. Pushing forward. End of the over. Wayne Madsen has bowled 14 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 6 runs. And to be honest, I can't really remember where those 6 runs had come from. Haynes 9, Libya 101, and Worcestershire lead by 17. There are officially 33 overs remaining there. Although, strangely, one of the strange things of cricket is that because they've bowled so many overs now, they could in fact bowl more overs than 33 in the remaining time. There would be an hour after tea, and then they would start. It's getting too complicated. Trust me, that's what could happen. Here's Thompson. City end. Bowls, Libby forward, pushes down the pitch. Thompson does his own fielding. Definitely buses are running because another blue bus has just gone up the road. It's only the second one today, so it's not a regular service. Next ball is a quicker delivery, pushed away. Back down. Oh, now the light is still on in flat 2A, and I believe there's some washing hung out as well.
Yes, she's on the towels today.
Oh, no, I think that's a duvet. It's a big towel. Here's the next ball, which is pushed up, and there is no one. Oh, of all the household chores I hate, changing the duvet cover. Oh, we've got a double king-size monster bed.
Double king size?
Whatever it is. Whatever it is, it's huge. The next ball is pushed out on the offside, there's no run. And I think I got lost in it one day. I was about to call the police or whoever. Coast Guard. Can you come and get me out this duvet, please? Next ball, turned away on the onside. Dot ball. Good old Dorothy ball, one of our favourites. Dot ball. And Thompson is probably just about to finish an over. He is. One ball off it. And pushed. Down the pitch. There is no run.
What's happening now? Wayne Madsen hasn't removed his cap. Oh, he has now. There we go.
He's waiting for the umpire. Well, the umpire's holding up play here. I was just saying, there's 32 overs now left. Hang on, I'm going to sneeze.
We'd be going to tea.
So in theory, we could get more overs in than the 96 at the start of play. Because they bowled
considerably more, yeah. About 25 minutes worth of extra overs.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Wayne Madsen begins a new over, bowling to Jack Haynes. He defends it back to the Derbyshire off-spinner / top-order batsman who turns at the top of his mark and is in again, and it's defended back to him. He bends down, picks it up, goes back to the top of his mark, which is too far away in all honesty, and turns and comes in again and bowls to Haynes, who defends it back to Wayne Madsen, who picks up. Oh my word! Gets back to
Don't come in this box. You'll get something.
He's in again. And oh, well, look at that. Haynes has played it back to him.
There's a skull and crossbones on the door there.
We've had one run off the last 5 overs, and Madsen is in again and bowls to Haynes, who this time plays it to Lewis Rees, who picks up and tosses it to Wayne Madsen, who turns. He's slowing down his Madsen because all 4 of the 5 balls have been played back to him. In fact, 5 of the 6 balls have been played back to him, and it still took him 66 seconds to bowl that over.
Yeah, he's tired now, so he's getting tired. He's bowled 21 overs this season before today, and he's bowled 15 straight off in about an hour, half an hour. 15 overs, 10 maidens, no wicket for 6 runs.
He's got him tied down, hasn't he?
Oh, I tell you what, his runs per over rate at the end of this game is going to look fantastic.
He's got him tied down. Yeah. Splendid.
Billy Godleman's talking to the umpire. He just looked at his watch. No, sorry, Bill, we've got to stay out here. Sorry, mate. They are Worcestershire only lead by 17, though. 17 for 2.
That's what they've got to, they can't declare.
No, well, they can't till 10 to 5 anyway, can they? Well, 10 to 5.
If they declare at 10 to 5, I don't think they can.
They can, because then if they've got a lead, Derbyshire, well, if they were far enough in front, if they're only 17 in front.
They can't declare, can they?
No, Derbyshire would say, oh, yeah, well, I was on that.
Thanks very much. So we could be here longer. Oh, joy. Is it me? It's you, but it doesn't matter.
It's me.
Thompson's bowled and nobody's scored.
Thompson's bowling, there's not a run to be had. Yeah, let's think about that. So he's jogging in again, and this is pushed away on the onside. They could declare, and Billy Godleman would say, "Well, we ain't going to go for him anyway, lads. Let's all get off home." But in theory, yeah, they could be playing till 6 o'clock.
That's good, isn't it?
Super. Next ball from Thompson is a dot ball. Blue Boss heading into Nottingham. Exciting.
He's heading to
He's
Derby.
heading to Derby as well, yeah. He's getting into Nottingham. He's gone slightly wrong, that driver.
Following your sat nav.
Yeah, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. The trouble with sat-nav is that it sees a road, and it doesn't matter if it's a 4-lane motorway or a farm track. It will send you up it, as I've found out on many an occasion. Next ball is played out on the offside by Jake Libby, who has now faced 244 balls for his 101. But he's doing what he's got to do. So if he suddenly has a big wahoo and gets out, as next ball is played out on the back down the pitch, the next man in wouldn't have been hurry. Worcestershire, I'm told, last night had 2 night watchmen padded up.
Did they?
Yeah, Adam Finch and Charlie Morris were both padded up, ready to come in. Funny if they'd have been batting at the same time. What's happening here? We've only just had a drinks break. Come on, fellas. Well, we're having another one.
Look at the umpire, Rob White, standing with his arms folded. He's not very impressed by this, and Derbyshire, quite frankly, don't care. They don't, do they, really? They're not all going, come on, let's get on with it.
You can make a pot of tea if you want to.
Yeah.
They're not bothered.
Sam Connor's having a chat with Anuj Dahl. Leas Deploy is windmilling his arms, asking which end he's going on. Wayne Madsen says, well, you don't get the ball out of my hands, because at least while I'm bowling, I'm involved in the game. And still the impromptu. Oh, now one of the batsmen's having his shoelaces tied up, Jack Haynes.
Is he polishing his shoes for him?
Yeah.
Is he the shoe shine fella?
12th man beats a hasty retreat.
Dylan Pennington.
That's Dylan Pennington, is
It
it?
is, yeah. So he'll be fit. Fit for next Thursday, he tells me. Matty Potts for England, says somebody on social media. Who's not Martin Emerson?
Don Topley. Yeah, Mark Beck suggesting that Derbyshire would let them declare, so they didn't have to bring out a new ball. This ball is 82 overs old now, but there's no hint of them.
I never even.
It didn't occur to me until Mark just mentioned it there. First delivery of a new over from Wayne Madsen. His 16th over.
Wow, why haven't they taken the new ball? Killing cricket, this is.
And we're back to no runs from 5 overs. Madsen bowls. Haynes defends. Madsen picks up. The wind is just easing off a little bit. Perhaps that storm has passed us by. There's Madsen again, typical. Loops that one down to the far end, and his spin is smothered by Haynes propping forward.
There's one plane in the distance.
Yeah.
We've only seen one come up
No,
over the
we
ground.
haven't seen many. Next delivery from Madsen, pushed through a bit quicker and off the back foot. Haynes pushes it out into the offside. That is disappointing. 2 runs have been scored.
Run glut at Derby.
And Wayne Madsen's figures have been destroyed. 15.5 overs, 0 for 8. He won't be happy with that, Wayne Madsen.
Get him off.
I'm sure all the Derbyshire fielders are smiling, I think it's fair to say. They're all doing their best to enjoy themselves out there as Anuj Dahl fields the ball for the first time in a while.
It is going a bit dark.
It is, isn't it? Madsen bowls. Haynes defends out into the offside. Leas Deploy will pick up. And that's the end of the over. What are we? Oh, we're still 20 minutes from tea. Lots of applause. Who's going to bowl the next? I think we might see some list. No, we won't. Alex Thompson's removed his cap. I thought we were going to see a little bit of
deploy.
Bit of deploy, yeah.
Why not?
But we're not.
Well, I don't think the medium pacers particularly want to bowl at the minute, do they?
No, goodness me, no.
Pointless. So, Thompson it will be. Frustration around the country by teams trying to win games. Oh, Yorkshire 93 for 4.
Ooh.
That horrible game at Edgbaston is. Don't think they've knocked it on the edge yet, but.
No, I've just seen a tweet where the covers are on.
Here's Thompson. He's in and he's bowling to Jake Libby, who pushes the ball out.
They were due to restart at 3:30, but there's no sign of the covers being taken off, and you can see the floodlights are definitely on.
Somebody's probably given the groundsman a fiver not to take the covers off. Don't want to go in and stop.
You've got to dig that up. Oh.
Here is the next ball. Push back out on the onside. No run. Definitely getting darker. I'm a little bit surprised that the floodlights haven't come on.
Yeah.
Twinkle.
While the spinners run, they might say, "Don't bother." I don't know.
Play back down
Can
the
you
pitch.
do that?
Bowler fields. He's bowling on deliveries, 1 round and 1 over. As Thompson just trying to mix it up a bit, I suppose. Bounces in again. Libby forward. Pushes the ball. Guess where? Back down the pitch. That's it. That's the over one. Here's the round one coming. Round the wicket. Not round ball, but round the wicket. And Libby forward. Let's have a look. Yep. Over the wicket. Over round, over round, over round. I'm playing bowling practicing anyway, these boys. This ball, quicker ball. Libby forward. Plays the ball away. On the offside. Worcestershire lead by 19 there. 216 for 2. Haynes has 11. Libby has 11. At lunch, Worcestershire 162 for 1. So we've had, 54 runs since lunch. And most of them came fairly quickly after lunch. I've lost track of how many we've had in the last. Is it on your screen? How many runs we've had in the last 5 overs?
2. Both from the same shot.
Oh, we got to change of bowling.
There's deploys coming up. Wayne Madsen. His spell, 16 overs, 10 maidens, 0 for 8. This looks like he's been to the barbers.
16 overs, 10 maidens, no wicket for 8 runs. Dear me.
Yeah, it is worth a note, actually, isn't it?
Still sneezing here.
Bless you. Alex Thompson's bowled 17 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 15 at the other end, but he's still going.
So 33 overs for 23 runs between them. It's madness, I tell you.
Yeah.
This will get the crowds in. You can see them now, queuing up the Derby Road.
Well, I've heard there is a England international born in South Africa who's not very pleased with the way things are going here, but I don't think he's very happy with anything at the moment, is he, apart from his golf and saving the Rhino. Here's Liz Deploy bowls his first ball of the innings. He is Derbyshire's 7th bowler. Round the wicket, left arm, defended by Haynes, obviously, no run. Again, he polishes the ball. Why? 84 overs old it is. He loops that one up. See, Wayne Madsen's going, hang on a minute, this ball's turning square.
What's going on?
What's happening here? Deploy. Ball's full toss. Pushed straight back to him by Haynes, who's completely out of practice at scoring runs.
Well, that
It
is
can
the
happen,
problem,
can't
isn't
it?
it? Yeah,
You know, if you, what was your last innings? Oh, I got 11 off 96.
yeah.
Really?
Oh, here we go.
There's deployed balls. That one is punched out into the offside. There's a run. Haynes moves on to 12. 217 for 2, the lead. is 20. I wish I'd made a note of what the score was at 3 o'clock when I did my previous update, but I didn't. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Jake Libby, fielded there by Alex Thompson. Here comes deploy again, bowls, that's on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Jake Libby, who moves to 102. 218 for 2, the lead is 21. End of the deploy over, which was a little expensive by recent times. Cost him 2 runs. Umpires are having a word with each other. What are they doing here? They're not doing anything. I think they're saying to Billy Godleman, if you bring on a quick bowler, we'll take them off. I don't know that for certain. Saranga Lakmal's in the vicinity. He's not going to take the ball. Alex Thompson hasn't taken his cap off yet. I think they're waiting for the lights to be put on now. That would be my guess. We need the electrician. Saranga Lakmal does remove his cap, almost as though he's saying, well, I'll come on to bowl. Disappointing news at West Ham, but I won't tell you what it is. For those of you who want to know the score, Chesterfield still 0-0. That would be enough. In comes Thompson, bowls, defended by Jake Libby, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Here comes Thompson again, bowls. That one's turned into the leg side, this time by Libby, fielded by Leas Deploy. He picks up, passes it back to Thompson. Thompson's at the top of his mark. He's in again around the wicket. Bowls to Libby, who turns it into the leg side. He's bowling exclusively around the wicket at the moment. He's bowling over the wicket now. There we go. The next delivery is pushed back by Libby to Thompson, who's going to go around the wicket. Next delivery is pushed up the pitch. Back to Thompson, who's going to come over the wicket. 218 for 2. Last ball of the Thompson over. In and bowls, and that one is pushed into the onside by Jake Libby. There is no run. 25 overs, 13 maidens, 1 for 41. Thompson's figures, 218 for 2. The lights are coming on. That's 3:32. Chesterfield remain 0-0. And welcome back, Dave Bradley, everybody.
Yes, yeah. By kind permission of the National Trust. Was the discussion, if you bring your quick bowlers on, we're going off?
That's what I thought.
In which case, I would have put my quick bowlers.
Yes, I would have done as well. And I think the other one was they wanted the lights on, so they have now come on. Yeah. You noticed that because it's just gone slightly darker.
Camera just honing in on a couple sat in there, folding chairs on the edge of the boundary.
And now they're showing the lights.
Yeah, there they are. Shine the light. Love Shine the Light. Good Eurovision song. Next ball is on leg stump. It's clipped away. There could be. Well, that's settled for a single here. At least the batsmen will change ends, which they haven't done for a long time. Yeah, because Haynes hit a 2. I'm not sure when Jake Libby did last face at that end. Didn't face.
There were two singles in the last over from Leys Deploy in quick succession, actually.
That's true. Yeah, the excitement got away with me. Next ball pushed away on the side. He's giving it a lot of air here. Deploy. He's really lobbing it up in the air. 2 more people.
There's a whole group of people leaving now, look.
Yeah, they picked up their kit and
they're flooding out.
That'll do for today. Thank you very much. Keen as we are.
Be the last bus.
Yeah. Next ball is a quicker delivery down the leg side. Poor ball. And keeper kind of juggles to get to it. But yeah.
I was going to say something sarcastic to the people on Radio Derby.
Are you?
Yeah, I've done my report, my update yet.
Oh, okay. Not like you to be sarcastic. Here's the next ball, which is an outside edge, and they're going to take a single here. Libby takes it down to backward point, 1 more to the Worcestershire total. They now lead by 23. So in theory, this game is far from over. There are, well, it says on the board, 25 overs remaining and 2 balls. So daft as it seems. Deploy bowls forward, pushed away on the offside. It says the over rate is level on there. It must be +10, I would have thought. It can't be level. That's just plain silliness. Deploy, ready to do just that, deploy himself. And the ball is outside the off stump, played down into the ground. There's no run. Umpire's going to have a chat. I think Rob White's quite keen on calling an early tee here. Collins is doing some warming up, trying to say to the umpires, oh, I'm going to come on here. We need to, I think they're going to say, let's go and have some tea. And the answer is no, they're not. The Derbyshire skipper Billy Godleman is saying, can we not go home? And he's probably not saying that, but he's saying, can we not go off for tea? And well, what they're doing here, they're putting Lackmal on, so they're going off a bad light. So as soon as they said Lackmal's coming on, they are disappearing for bad light. So there we are. Bad light has officially stopped play here, with Worcestershire on 220 for 2. There are 25 overs remaining in the day, but that was obviously a deliberate ploy. If I put Lackmal on, do we need to go off for bad light? Now the Worcestershire batsmen have gone off, but the Derbyshire team are waiting in the middle. Well, they're going to call it tea. The umpire is on the radio, so we'll probably get an announcement of some sort to say that tea is being taken, and we'll be resuming at right. Tea. Okay. So, folks, we'll be back at 4 minutes to 4 o'clock. Tea here with Worcestershire on 220 for 2.
Well, welcome back to the Incora County Ground, where I think we're going to get back underway. That's the impression the umpires have given. The players don't look massively interested, and I think the batsmen have taken all their gear off because they're nowhere to be seen. The two umpires are standing out in the middle. They have gestured to the changing rooms to get the players out. The Derbyshire players are massed on the boundary's edge, and they're being called on. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Bradders was in briefly there for a moment, then he realised he didn't have any of his notes with him. Here come the batsmen. Here they are. Yeah. Sean Masood's currently practicing his bowling action. That would be fairly remarkable. Brooke has still got his pads on. The batsmen don't look massively impressed. Who's going to bowl? Nobody's taken their cap off yet. Perhaps it is Shan Masood. I wonder. It is Shan Masood. He's going to bowl with his cap on. That's interesting. No, he's not. Alex Thompson's going to bowl. They're just kidding us. Just kidding us. I was convinced that Shan Masood was going to have a bowl there. He has bowled in international cricket. But it's going to be Alex Thompson, who before tea bowled 18 overs, 12 maidens, 1 for 15. Well, I watched a bit of it last night. I have to say, I didn't watch an awful lot of it. I switched off the moment that the two presenters started singing an Italian song from the 1950s. I thought, that's it. That's I'm out now. But I did think that I thought that song was terrific. I've been saying it all along. I thought it's a really good song. And remarkably, the players are back out. They went off a bad light. They had tea. I don't know what they had, and they're now back out. So Alex Thompson's going to continue. They can't shake hands for another 50 minutes on a draw, which seems absurd, really. But Worcestershire really lead by 23, and I'm not sure whether they can declare then unless Billy Godleman agrees, the Derbyshire captain agrees that they can indeed shake hands. Alex Thompson is continuing to bowl. He's bowled 18 overs, 12 maidens, 1 for 15. We've seen 6 runs in the previous 5 overs before tea. And I don't think we're going to see very many more. Worcestershire 220 for 2. They lead by 23, and we're just waiting for this one to finish. Thanks to Chris Burks, who's continuing with the 60s, 70s and 80s show on, or is it 70s, 80s and 90s? It's one of those two. You certainly hear some 70s and 80s music if you tune in. On BBC Radio Derby. Alex Thompson's managed 2 balls of this over so far, and Shan Masood, he's looking at his hand, like one of his nails has gone, or he's dislocated a finger or something there. That's not necessarily a good thing. Here comes Thompson round the wicket. Libby defends it back to him.
That would be annoying if he had damaged his finger.
Yes.
At this state of this game.
Yes, I don't think he has a white car leaving the car park. I don't think he has, but yeah, it wouldn't be great. He's holding it slightly awkwardly at the moment, and this one by Thompson is pushed by Libby towards Lewis Deploy, who doesn't field it clearly. I thought for one exciting moment that Shan Masood was going to bowl.
He thought he was as well.
In his cap.
Yeah.
And then Thompson removed his cap, and poor old Shan. Perhaps he's going to bowl from the racecourse, and that one is played back to Thompson by Libby. There is, of course, no run. This is the odd-numbered ball, so he's bowling it over the wicket. He's in, and Libby defends. In fact, it was an even-numbered ball. It was the last one. 220 for 2. Thompson begins the evening session with his 14th maiden of the innings. 26 overs, 14 maidens, 1 for 41. And it's going to be Leas Deploy to continue, disappointingly, from the racecourse end. I was told at tea that the player who was shaking hands with Shan Masood was Mohammed Abbas.
Oh, was it?
Who was here to see his
mate?
No, to see his coach. Everybody comes to see Mickey Arthur.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Mohammed Abbas has been playing with Hampshire this season. Yes. I think they did do last season. Before that, of course, he was with Leicestershire.
With some success.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, good player.
It's still raining at Lord's. Oh dear, what a pity. Never mind. They're playing at Leicester.
Are they?
Leicestershire lead by 46 with 3 wickets left, so they might just grab a draw out of that. Here, Deploy has yet to bowl the ball. Yorkshire 103 for 4, so that looks as if it's going to end in a draw. They've given up. They've given up Surrey Kent. Here's Deploy in and bowls, pushed down the pitch. Surrey scored 671 for 9, declared, bowled the opposition out for 230, and it's a draw. Northampton, Warwickshire, sadly, are back playing, apparently. I bet that was a popular decision. Both members of the crowd applauded as
The
they came
Warwickshire
back in.
innings is in its 180th over.
Oh, here is deploy in and bowls. Forward comes Haynes, plays to mid-wicket. No run. I suppose if they... the light's better now, isn't it? So they could put the medium pacers on if they so wanted to.
I don't think they do.
No. Deploy in and... Ooh, a loopy full toss that Jack Haynes works on the leg side. On another occasion, I think he might have put that onto the
Well, we could have come
park.
through this window.
Yeah, onto the park behind us. But no, he just is there not to get out.
Only Alex Hughes, I think, has cleared this
Has he?
media centre, yeah.
It's a tall old building. This
Yeah,
is.
well, we're on the second floor. There's another one above us.
Yeah. Yeah. When you walk along the side, you suddenly realise that has a, well, if you sit over there,
It was a decent knock.
it was a good wallop. Jake Libby is to face the next ball, which he puts his pad down the pitch, leaves his bat in the air, lets it go through. 221 for 2. Worcestershire lead by 24. Jack Haynes has 14 off 103 balls. Jake Libby has 103 off 269 balls. Make that 270 balls. I think that was a full toss. So he's hit to mid-on. Connor's the fielder. There was, I think I can reveal, there was a most amusing moment a few minutes ago as next ball was played on the onside, no run. End of the over, 221 for 2, when the umpires came out into the middle and then looked back at the pavilion and then called the players onto the field, and there was probably 6 to 8 people in the press box all went, oh no. There was a...
Well, the other thing was how reluctant both sides were to come back
were,
out.
yeah.
The last time I saw a team that reluctant to come out, it was at Trent Bridge when Derbyshire were on the brink of a county championship victory. Gary Wilson, who was playing for Derbyshire at the time, was out in the middle with his playing partner. They needed 20 or 4 overs or 5 overs, something like that. They'd gone off a bad light, and by the time the Nottinghamshire players eventually stirred, the drizzle had started again, and they were all taken off, and the game ended in a draw. It was an absolute disgrace, a genuine disgrace.
Yorkshire 108 for 4, and there's still 37 overs remaining there. So,
Tell you what.
yeah, that could yet go a bit Yorkshire pudding shaped.
Alex Thompson begins a new over. The first ball is pushed out into the onside by Jack Haynes, and there is no run.
No play at all today at Southampton. Or whatever you want to call it. It's not Southampton.
It is in Southampton, though, isn't it? Eastleigh.
I'm not sure that in postcode that it is in Southampton.
Okay. That one was
The
pushed
actual
into the
ground.
leg side, incidentally.
Oh, I used to love the old Northlands Road ground in Southampton. It's a lovely old ground. But sold for housing development.
As so many places are. This one's pushed into the offside by Jack Haynes for a bit of variety. Sean Masood and Sam Connors in a race to get to the ball, and Masood won it. Picked it up, returned it to Thompson. Over the wicket he comes. Bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Haynes, and it'll be fielded by Nick Potts, who is out there. So no longer do we have Alex Hughes on the field, just Nick Potts, a youngster from Burton-upon-Trent, who's had a couple of games this season in the Championship. Lewis Deploy, who isn't a young, well, he is a youngster, but he's not from Burton-upon-Trent. He does the fielding on this occasion. I think he's from the Cape, Lewis. And the next delivery from Thompson is a Staffordshire lad. He's pushed out into the offside by Haynes. Shan Masood does the fielding.
He's
Definitely not from Staffordshire.
He's from the Cape of Good Hope. It's a pub in Burton. Northants have used 8 bowlers now in that game. And Simon Carrigan has bowled 52 overs. No wicket for 174, which would be good, really good for his seasonal averages there. Back here, Deploy is to bowl. He is going to be bowling to Jake Libby. Light has improved considerably, I have to say.
You don't have to.
No, I don't have to, but it has. and nothing is happening at the moment. I'm not quite sure what's supposed to be happening. Wayne Madsen is at slip. And
Deploy couldn't be further from the Cape.
He and Lewis Rees are having a conversation. That's driven out on the offside, and that will go for a single because there is a sweeper out there way on the boundary. Alex Thompson has that duty.
Pretoria leads the point.
Oh, okay. It's Richie Benno's favourite score. It's 2-2.
It is
2 for 2
nicely done.
at the MCG. Haynes has 14, is about to face. Jake Libby has 104. This partnership is worth 23 runs off 218 balls, which is, I don't know, can't work it out, 35 overs. Here is Deploy. Bowls. Oh, turned away on the leg side for a single. Masood is in action. Racing in from the deep square leg boundary to field. In the permanent temporary stand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
How many overs did you think?
35, I do.
Yeah, well, 36. Yeah, well done. That's a brilliant effort.
Is the next ball driven up the pitch, no run. I think my memory of this game will be identifying Shawadi Wadi's drummer.
Discovering why you should never trust a man with 2 bananas.
No, I'm thrilled about that. Here's the next ball, which is outside the off stump. There's no run. On the way home, I should ring my sister and say, you know, her dad and her granddad used to say, never trust a man with 2 bananas. I know why. I have the full unabridged version.
Yeah.
Deploy is bowling, and Jake Libby is batting, and the scorer puts another dot in his book, another click of the scorer's mouse. The bowling rate, by the way, for Derbyshire, just as we went out after 2, was plus 11, the over rate. It's probably got better now.
It says plus 10 on the scoreboard.
Oh, no, I don't think they had an 11. Ball played back down to the bowler, who picks it up and collects his cap and wanders off towards square leg. We may or may not have, what do we got? 35 minutes remaining. We can possibly go on. Hello, Joe, how are you? Joe says, I don't envy you comment. Apparently the umpires messaged the scorers and said, somebody's having to commentate on this. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Alex Thompson's walk from the boundary to come and bowl at the city end has taken him quite a while.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in no rush, the lad.
Wayne Madsen is still pointing and
He still thinks they can win.
talking to people.
I'm convinced Wayne Madsen still thinks Derbyshire can win.
Yeah.
I mean, they could.
They could.
Could take something extraordinary. On a pitch that hasn't offered the bowlers an awful lot as Thompson begins a new over and it's guided down towards third man. Connors does the fielding very enthusiastically. Sam Connors, Nottingham born.
I never thought I'd see on a cricket scorecard strategic timeout, which they have in the IPL.
Television advert break, as it
Yeah.
really should say.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
one is pushed by Haynes back to Thompson. So I'm not really a watcher. I'm afraid, well, not afraid at all. I just don't enjoy it. The next delivery is defended up towards mid-off by Billy Godleman. Does the fielding. 25-5 finish would be good because the Padres are playing in the very early game today. It starts at 25-5 our time. This is baseball in America, obviously. This one's down the leg side and taken by Brooke Guest. And I was listening to the commentary last night of the game, which started at 9:05. And they said tomorrow's game starts at 11 o'clock or 11:35 local time in Atlanta.
Mm.
This one is turned into the leg side by Haynes. That is 25 to 9 in the morning on a Sunday morning in San Diego.
Really?
Yeah. It's a morning start in Atlanta.
Is that telly?
I assume so. This one is defended by Haynes. Out into the leg side. Thompson drops his cap as he's given it, as it's given to him by umpire Lloyd. And we'll do it all again from this end.
Because American sport is like sport in this country, isn't it? It's television tells you when you're going to play and when you're not going to play.
Yes, which is why there's a 9:07 and a 12:08 start tonight, but a lot of them kick off at sort of 35:40 or 10:05, because then you can just have a little 5-minute intro, because every game is televised, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, Padres are up soon, which is exciting. Paid for them now, so well, isn't that exciting because I'll be driving home, but I'll be able to listen to it on my way home, which is exciting. You like that sort of thing.
Here is Deploy coming in and bowling and pushed into the offside where there are two short extra covers, one of whom stops the ball. Camera's just panning on a gentleman who's standing on his own at the back of the permanent temporary stand. Is the next ball, which is a pad is thrust towards it by Jake Libby. Whatever this is an amazing concentration by Libby, who went to his 100 at 3:30, I think, didn't he?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. On Easter Monday. Next ball pushed out on the offside for a single.
Well, I did an update, and he was on 99. You'll remember it was during our 2 updates. And by the time I did my next one, he'd got to 100. It took him half an hour. He hasn't gone very far since. Well, his 100 came off 185 balls. There we go.
And he's nearly had another 100 to get this many more. Next ball pushed out on the onside.
That's what we want now. Is when he gets to 285.
Yeah, he'll have
scored 5 runs off 100 balls.
Yeah. It's Haynes facing. Assume that he's pushed the ball back up the pitch, unless we tell you otherwise. And happened again. Fair dues to the Derbyshire lads. They're keeping their enthusiasm going throughout, and they are leaping all over the place at a mere hint of an injudicious shot. Haynes waits again. Oh, this is a quicker ball, and he goes onto his stumps and punches it away on the offside. That is the end of the over. And at the end of it, Deployers bowled 5 overs for 8 runs. Madson's figures, if you missed it earlier, 16 overs, 10 maidens, no wicket for 8 runs. Haynes has a 15 off 119 balls. Libby has 109 off 279. And the partnership is worth 25 off 235 balls. Worcestershire 224 for 2. They lead by 27, and we haven't had a drinks break since tea in all 3 overs. Or is it 4? I can't remember.
3, 4 probably.
4.
Yeah, 4.
Well, must be worth it.
Thompson started when we thought, rather excitingly, that Shan Masood was going to bowl. The only 3 players out on the pitch who can bowl, who haven't bowled, are Shan Masood, Billy Godleman and Brooke Guest. Ryan Sidebottom obviously can't. Well, he could come on and turn his arm, I suppose, but they might need to be wheeled out in some kind of contraption. He didn't look very comfortable when he was batting yesterday, despite getting a career best. 3 different players got career high scores. I think.
Yeah, after you told us the Derbyshire tail couldn't bat.
Who else got one? Oh, Alex Thompson, of course. Yeah, Thompson got one. He's bowling now. It's Alex Thompson, and the first delivery is defended back up the pitch on the offside, fielded by Shan Masood. And he punches the air.
We have had at least today a wicket between lunch and tea.
Yes.
Only the 3rd in the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Next delivery is defended by Libby as he edges closer to this 100-ball 5. He's now faced 96 deliveries since he got to his century, and he's on 105 not out. Then comes Thompson again, bowls, and that one is a full toss, and it's fielded by Shan Masood. He couldn't have put it into Shan Masood's hands better if he'd tried, and Masood's throw was poor. Broadcast stands with his hands on his hips for a moment. Says, come on. It's late. He's waiting. And, strikes the pad. It's a half-hearted appeal for leg before wicket. And umpire Lloyd. As soon as he's dragged them out there, he might as well give a decision. Well, he did give a decision. The decision was not out, but...
No, I think there was a single down to third man in the end, wasn't there? A leg by, but I think Jack Haynes couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, they didn't bother, did they? Libby waits, Thompson bowls, Libby defends. Back to Thompson, who picks up.
I tell you what.
And this next delivery...
That one of our shout.
Yeah? Better than the...
better than
the Azhar Ali one.
He was probably outside the line, but that was a good call.
Thompson bowls.
Yeah.
Libby pushes it out into the offside. It's the end of the over, and Libby has now got 100 deliveries since reaching his century. And he has scored 5 runs in those 100 deliveries. Mind you, Haynes has only scored 15 from 119, so that sort of gives you the idea that this game is going absolutely nowhere. Worcestershire lead by 27, they're 224 for 2.
Only because at the end of the over, the players sort of look at the umpire, the batsmen look at the umpire. Can't you, just get us off for some reason? Bad light or bad breath or whatever. A bad back, maybe. Who else is doing what? Yorkshire's still hanging on, 120 for 4. It still says match delayed by rain at Lords. We must be getting close to knocking that one on the head.
I would have thought so, wouldn't you? Yeah. Middlesex manfully holding on for a draw.
Surrey Kent, that's gone. Northants Warwickshire, the ball game of the century, I would have thought. I can't imagine that many games there's less than 10 wickets fallen in 4 days. Probably is, but I have no knowledge of it. Right, here we go. With deploy bowling from the racecourse end. A lone gull wheels above the ground. Haven't seen the crow today. The black crow hasn't turned up. Didn't think it was worth it. Here's deploy. Left arm around. Bowls. Forward comes Haynes. Plays it to mid-on. Masood, who even in his experience can't have seen too many games like this. In fact, no, it's Lackmal coming in there. Next ball. Lackmal. I was going to say will field, but the ball will stop and grow mushrooms on it before it gets there. So the wicketkeeper picks it up and flicks it up to him. Very kind gesture. 224 for 2.
David Griffin in a deliberate attempt to grow his Twitter following.
Next ball. Pushed back up the pitch, no run.
Has now tweeted a picture of Mohammed Abbas and Shan Masood and put their Twitter handles on, which is almost certain to garner 500,000 likes from the subcontinent.
Yeah.
Good work, Griff.
Yeah. Here's the next ball, pushed up the offside. When Shakib Al Hassan, the Bangladeshi, joined Worcestershire, hits went up by a ridiculous amount because everybody in Bangladesh was listening on the internet. So he was the first Bangladeshi to play county cricket. There's deploy bowls, forward, pushed on the offside, no run. I believe the sun is shining.
I was just going to say the sun's out now. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just mocking us now.
It's going to be in my eyes when I'm driving home. We've still got 12 in the permanent temporary stand. Deploy bowls, allowed to go by outside the off stump. End of the over. Umpire White is looking at his colleague. Is that it?
Nah.
Oh, it's a drinks break.
Whoopee, which could actually be more interesting than the cricket at the moment.
I did say before, just before you came back, brother, that the programme on Radio Derby was the 60s, 70s and 80s, or 70s, 80s and 90s, and whichever way it was, you get some 70s and 80s music on it, but it is 60s, 70s and 80s.
Right.
just in case you're interested, it might.
Which is when this game started, I think, in the 90s.
I think it's probably. I wouldn't blame anybody for turning over, if I'm entirely honest with you.
No.
I was just going to look. David Griffin tweeted that when Wayne Madsen bowled 8 successive maiden overs this afternoon, it equalled Finn Hudson-Prentice, who bowled 8 against the same opposition at Kidderminster in 2019. You might remember that. Hudson-Prentice bowled really well in the second innings of that game. The club record is 12 by Cliff Gladwin and 12 by Bill Mycroft, who was bowling 4 ball overs, so it doesn't really count. Mycroft, of course, whose surname was taken by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle for the Sherlock Holmes stories. He was Sherlock's brother, wasn't he? Mycroft, one of the grandees of Derbyshire County Cricket Club. The great names of the past, and there are a lot of them.
And of course, Percy Jeeves was a Warwickshire player before the First World War, so his name was taken.
I think Sherlock came from somebody called Shacklock.
Oh, right.
I think. But he was Conan Doyle was he played 1 first-class match, I believe.
Did he not?
Arthur Conan Doyle.
Did he not dismiss W.G. Grace in his only game?
Oh, let's hope so.
I'm sure it was something. It was something like that.
I like it.
Yeah. Mrs. Bradley just sent me a note saying, "When is this game going to finish?" And I said, "Well, back there, it finished about 3 hours ago, but we're still here."
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no. I mean, this is going to be the longest drinks break in history, I should think. Yeah, no, I think they're having cocktails now, aren't they? Yeah, there's the shaker coming out. Yeah, there we are. Order around.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, although never a famous cricketer, could hit hard and bowled slows with a puzzling flight.
Oh, right.
I have no idea what that means.
Did he dismiss Grace?
I haven't seen that yet. I haven't got that.
I'm sure I read that somewhere else. But,
Arthur Ignatius Conan Doyle, born in Scotland, died in Sussex. He went to Stonyhurst. He played 10 first-class matches. I beg your pardon. And here it is. I've got to read it. Never a famous cricketer could hit the board hard, blah, blah, blah. He took 7 wickets for 61 at Lord's for MCC against Cambridge, and later carried his bat for 32 against Leicestershire. He had Woodcock, Geeson and King to bowl for them. In the Times in 1915, he was the author of an article on the greatest of cricketers in appreciation of Dr. Grace. It is said that Shacklock, the former Nottinghamshire player, inspired him with the Christian name of his famous character. And the latter's brother Mycroft was suggested by the Derbyshire cricketers, and there was more than one, but it doesn't say that he dismissed. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, well, there's absolutely nothing going on, really. We're feasting ourselves on. We've been looking up Sir Arthur Conan Doyle because the name Mycroft came up. Who was obviously Sherlock Holmes' brother. Bill Mycroft, the former Derbyshire player, after whom Mycroft in the Sherlock Holmes books was named, is a record holder here at the Derbyshire club. He bowled 12 successive maiden overs, so 12 overs without conceding a run. Well, this afternoon, Wayne Madsen bowled 8 without conceding a run in a row, which was only 4, obviously, shy of the record. We've only seen 1 run in the last 5 overs. And here's an indication of how slow things are going. Jake Libby got to his century off 185 balls. He's now faced 288, so 103 balls later, and he's moved on to 105. He's scored 5 runs off 103 deliveries. Haynes at the other end hasn't batted much quicker. He's got 15 from 125. Worcestershire lead by 27 at 2-2-4 for 2. And this game is going to end in a draw and will be remembered for ending in a draw, which is a real shame because we've seen in the match, we've seen another century from Shan Masood. We saw a glorious century from Anoj Dal as well. And a 5-wicket haul for Sam Connors. But I'm afraid all that will be forgotten as this game ultimately ends in a draw, hopefully in the next half hour. with each side taking 14 points. Well, I could have been sitting at home doing the ironing as well. I couldn't because I don't own an iron, but I could have been doing something of that equivalence, if you know what I mean. So, no, I'm more than happy to sit here and watch a bit of cricket. We're going to go and speak to Mickey Arthur as well, which is always exciting. Well, you've got half an hour, haven't you? Because I'll still be here at 5:05, I would have thought. So get your thinking cap on. Well, that's not bad. That's not bad. No, it's not. Let's deploy. Let's deploy begins a new hour with a loopy delivery that is pushed back down the track, and there is no run. So now we've got to get the Arthur Conan Doyle books. There we go. We've got to get cricket puns out of them. Let's have a look. So there's the sign of the 4 runs. There's one. That was a dot ball, incidentally. There's deploys in again and bowls, and this one is pushed out into the offside when it's fielded by Lewis Rees at extra cover. There was no run, of course. Next delivery is left alone by Jack Haynes. Away, through to the keeper it goes. Away, it doesn't go away anywhere. If they were going away, we might be more excited. Next delivery will be bowled fairly shortly. Here he comes around the wicket, bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside, and there's no run. Chris Burks came up with the hound of the bats, Gavills, which I thought was quite good, but he's going to try harder for 5 o'clock. Deploy dries his left hand on the floor. He's on his way in again now and bowls, tosses this one up and it's edged, and I don't know whether that was dropped or whether it didn't carry, but either way, it isn't a wicket. I think it's been dropped, you know. It was edged, it bounced up off wicketkeeper Brooke Guest and through to Wayne Madsen, and it wasn't taken. And I think that was a chance.
Just trying to see on the replay, but he hasn't bowled the ball yet.
It felt like a chance. It definitely felt like a chance to me. It will be rather irritating.
Not sure if he didn't hit it down into the ground.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right.
But I'm not 100%. It's a bit indistinct, and my old eyes can't pick it out. Nobody, absolutely nobody is rushing around out there now.
No. The Sherlock Holmes books in order. There weren't many. I mentioned Mycroft because there was precious little else to talk about during the latest update. And Chris Burke said, well, now he was trying to think of Sherlock Holmes puns for cricket. The best he could come up with the hound of the bats, Gavills, which I thought was quite clever.
Next ball is driven out on the offside, well, pushed out on the offside.
I've come up with the sign of the 4 runs.
George Bernard Shaw.
Who?
Dismissed. W.G. Grace.
Oh, okay.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed out on the offside. I know it was an author of some side. Shaw's bowling figures in this match were 29 overs, 16 maids, and 1 for 39, which would have been absolutely madness in terms of today's play. At the Royal Brunswick Ground, he dismissed Grace for a duck in the first innings. There we go.
That's not the match in which Grace said they'd come in to watch me bat, not you bowl?
Possibly not. I suspect that even his age now, he could stay out there this afternoon. And
Probably love this, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Little side battle.
Yeah, yeah. A couple of bob. That ball was pushed out on the offside. There is no run. Worcestershire 224-2. They lead in by 27. It seems an age since they cleared the deficit. It is an age. Here's the next ball from Thompson, pushed away on the offside. Thompson bowling his 31st over. Did he bowl 40 in the first innings? I don't think he'll need to come in tomorrow for bowling practice.
You might have done, you know.
We need to come in for a rub down with the supporting life. He's in again. This time Libby has fallen.
No, only bowled 18.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He's only bowled 48 overs in the match.
Right. What's happening now? Changing the field. Not quite sure why or where. There was a lot of pointing. Libby goes back, plays the ball out on the offside. Masood comes into field. The umpire shouts over. The field will change. And on we jolly well go. And if we are going to stop at 10 to 5, we have 12 minutes left, I reckon. Well, if Wayne Madsen was on, that'd be another 12 overs. The umpire is looking at his notepad and calculating. I cannot imagine. My mind is not big enough to imagine that they're going to go on after 10 to 5. My brain will explode, which will not be that messy, to be honest, because there ain't much of it. Batsmen are not ready to go, surprisingly. Well, they are. They're ready to go off, but they're not ready to go. Now the batsman's ready to go, so somebody else is going to have to. Everybody else is having a little natter. This cannot possibly be about the situation on the ground, can it? Or unless Deploy is passing on the message that he just got from the umpire. Jack Haynes wants another pair of gloves, apparently.
Why?
I have no idea.
You could probably bat without gloves out there.
They just had a drinks break as well. Anyway, we're ready to go. We're ready to have cricket or something similar to it. Here is Deploys in any bowls. Oh, that's come off an edge. That generally was an edge. So maybe he's. Oh, sorry, microphone.
He's getting some turn.
He's just getting it to go away from the right hander. Yeah. This late in the day. Trouble is, this will give them some thought of carrying on. It's turning square. Deploy in again, and this time solidly forward Haynes, everything behind it. They are hardy folks in the permanent temporary. The permanent temporary dozen, I'm going to call them. The magnificent 12. Here's the next ball. Haynes forward, plays it down the pitch.
The Adventure of the Engineer's Thumb. What kind of name title's that for a book?
Is that really what it was called?
That's weird.
Was that a Harry Potter book, was it?
The Adventure of the Noble Bachelor.
Were these Sherlock Holmes stories?
Sherlock Holmes stories, yeah.
Was it Woman in Scarlet was his first one, is that right? Here's the next ball, which is pushed back down the pitch. I'm sure we had a quiz question once. Whose first novel was called The Woman in Scarlet or The Lady in Scarlet or something like that? Who knows?
A Study in Scarlet.
Next ball, pushed on the offside. Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
It was in, appears to have been in Beaton's Christmas Annual.
Ah, one of my favourites.
1887.
Favourite, along with the Beano Annual. Great read. Deploy. In bowls. Guess what happened there? Go on. Go on. I dare you. Guess.
I didn't watch that because I was looking at Sherlock Holmes books. But I think it might have been a dot ball.
It might have been.
Here come the new gloves anyway.
Here
That's
come the
quite
gloves.
exciting.
Yeah.
There's lots of people milling about.
There's just no urgency whatsoever from anybody. Even the umpires are wandering around. 12th man is coming on slower than a tortoise to bring some gloves. I'm not even sure who the 12th man is. It was Taylor Cornell, but it could still be him. For Worcestershire, and
I see Dave Farnsworth over there, the advertising boards in the car park. He came out on a night with us at Worcester,
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Was that a bit messy?
It was reasonably messy, and I would urge everybody to drink in moderation, mainly because of that evening. But yeah, yeah. If you ever ask him about it, you'd enjoy the stories.
I think the 12th man has just come on with a message for the batsman. Go for it, I say. Go for it, we're going to declare it at 5:30. At which point, I shall go home.
5:30. But that... Yeah.
They are going to stop in a minute, aren't they?
I think they've stopped already, in all honesty. Like you said, when does this game finish? Well, about 4 hours ago.
Yeah. 8 minutes.
This is the absurdity. This is the absurdity of county cricket now, because we know what the score. There is no way there can be a result.
No. Billy Godleman is talking to the umpire, but he could be discussing anything. Thompson is going to continue bowling.
Yeah, he certainly is. I'll give it a go. See what we come up with. He's bowled 31 overs, 19 maidens, 1 for 41. He's having a very lengthy discussion with Billy Godleman. We haven't got to the last hour yet, and there are only 11 overs left. The over rate's +10.
We could play, in theory, for another hour and 20 minutes, couldn't we? We could.
Well, we could.
We could play till 6 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we will.
He's not bowled. Folks, you're not missing anything. He's not bowled the ball yet.
He's just drying his hands. He's got to get those hands dry.
Several minutes since the end of the last over.
I wish this chair was a recliner.
I wish this was a bed.
Here he comes then. He's going to be bowling
Yes.
to Jake Libby. He's on 105 from 297 deliveries, and Libby pushes this one up to Billy Godleman. At mid-off, Godleman comes racing in and hurls the ball to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, and receives a round of applause for doing so from the people out in the middle, because there are so few people actually watching now, which is unsurprising. As Thompson bowls, that's pushed back to him by Jake Libby. A one-ball ball faced for Jake Libby, and he has faced 300 deliveries, which would mean his strike rate was about 33.
Or approximately.
Approximately. So here comes Thompson and bowls, and that is the 300th delivery bowled at Jake Libby. I think that deserves some kind of round of applause from the crowd. Perhaps the 5 people in the East Midlands demolition stand could get up and applaud.
Oh, yes. The Demolition 5.
Look at them. Look at them. They said they're not leaving.
No, we've paid me money.
We've paid our tenner and we're watching it to the end.
Yeah.
Here's Thompson again, bowls to Libby, who goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the offside. Masood does the fielding. Yeah, there's no run. So in the last 5 overs, we haven't had a single run.
Oh, 125 for 5, Yorkshire. Ooh. Could be a twist in the tail. Still 62 behind.
That would be funny if they lost, wouldn't it?
And how many overs left? That's
so many fronts.
28.
Thompson bowls, turned it to the leg side by Libby. Thompson dries his hand in the footmarks.
Yeah, 28
the crow.
overs left. The crow, there's the crow.
There's the crow.
He's turned up, he's leaving as well.
A cat, or is it a fox? Crossing the car park. Quickly looks like a fox to me, that.
No, it's a cat.
Is it? It's huge.
Well, it's only a cat.
Oh, okay. A very large cat goes across the car park.
Don't start the big cat theory.
There's a very large...
Here's Bigfoot coming over here.
Very large black cat has just walked across the car park. The over is finished, incidentally.
Oh, is it?
Unsurprisingly.
Who knew?
It was a maiden. And again, no runs in the past 5 overs. How many overs have we had? How many runs have we had since tea? I don't think I made a note
It was
of what
220 for 2 at tea.
Now 224 for 2, obviously.
Yeah, we came back out at 4 o'clock, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's just people stood around. Honest, it's like, I know you don't go to them, but it's like a barbecue. Yeah. They're just ordering their burgers.
But without the alcohol.
Yeah.
Do you have alcohol at barbecues?
You can do, apparently. Yeah, not in ours, we don't drink. So Mrs. Bradley will have the occasional gin and tonic. Only when she has to spend a night in with me to ease the pain. I heard you say about Sports Extra might come to us, and I was thinking, oh no,
I
please,
know.
please
What would
don't.
you do? What would you do? You'd have to sort
Please
of turn it into a proper commentary and everything, wouldn't you?
No.
I don't know how I'd do it. The current partnership is 25 of 277 balls.
That's 40, I don't know, 45 overs.
I mean, it's madness, isn't it? It's just complete madness.
Yeah.
Well, here's Deploy's going to. He's got 2 slips now because he's turning it so sharply.
Yeah.
Go on, brothers.
He's going to be bowling. Deploy comes in around the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Haynes solidly behind it. As he looks calm in this tense finish here. Calmness personified. When all around him are panicking, Haynes remains solid. Deploy. In, bowls, Haynes, off the back foot, nearly gets a run. Madness, I tell you, madness.
Nick Potts, you can tell with white car, look, leaving the car park.
Oh.
Nick Potts fielded that, and you could tell he's the youngster in the team. He was all enthusiastic and a bit like a puppy.
We'll knock that out of him. I got 448 on my
Yes, I have.
TikTok.
Do you think this could be the last over?
Oh, please.
Would that it were, would that it were.
They'll go on, just to make us punish more. Always a run, turned away on the leg side, down to deep square leg, where Masood is the fielder. And one more to the total. Surely somebody's bootlace can come undone here or something, or change in the field, or...
New guard.
Yeah, the crow and the cat have already left. It's just the humans left. Sounds like War of the Worlds.
Feels a bit like it.
Next ball, driven. Oh no, this is thoughts of... Jake Libby thought about taking a run then. What's the matter with him? I've got to say the Derbyshire fielders are, I mean, in between overs they're not very keen, but once they get going, the fielding has still remained sharp. We're not going to go on, are we? Please no. Umpire's just looked at his watch, looked at the clock, looked at his sundial. Changing the field here. Good lads, changing the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, get your deep square leg in. Deploy. Bowls. And turn on the leg side. No run. I've got 1650 on my clock.
I think we're done and dusted here.
Oh, I didn't think so.
101 overs.
In the day. We had proper cricket this morning and this afternoon, but since tea, lordy lord. Deploy bowls forward, pushed away on the offside. That is the over. What's going to happen here? What's happening?
That's it.
Are they shaking hands?
They are.
They are. Lord. So there we are. The match ends in a draw with Worcestershire on 225 for 2. Jake Libby on 105 and Jack Haynes on 16. I'm tempted to say that concludes the entertainment for the day, but it doesn't. So that's it, folks. Match ends in a draw. Each team gets 14 points from the draw, which is not bad.
No.
It keeps them in the hunt towards the top of the table there.
Brothers, it's been an absolute delight, and it always is.
Yeah, I've had a lovely time.
This
Not
wasn't
this
it.
afternoon since tea, but I have had a lovely time.
So the game finishes in a draw. Jake Libby with 105 from just the small matter of 306 balls. Jack Haynes 16 off 140, and the partnership 26 of 283. Absolute madness. Worcestershire lead by 228. Nobody cares. The game has ended in a draw, and as Brad has said, both sides will take 14 points apiece, and we will try and update you with the table. I don't think it'll update quickly enough for...
You'll be in Trent Bridge next week?
So will I. Yes,
No, you
indeed.
will. I won't.
I will, yes.
I will be at the New Road Worcestershire playing Leicestershire.
Very nice too. I think you'll enjoy that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you'll win it. Because Leicestershire, quite frankly, aren't very good. Derbyshire will move up with those 14 points, I beg your pardon, to 79 points, level with Durham. Level with Durham. And I don't know how they split after that, but they played a game less, so they're probably in third place. Nottinghamshire will be a little bit behind them, but won't be after they get the points. And listen, thanks for persevering today. The other 3 days were really good, but
yes,
thanks for persevering today.
We joked at the end, but we did have some good cricket in this game, and conditions and circumstances defied the players in the end. But we have seen some good cricket. Thanks so much, enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody in Derby. Great, always a pleasure to come here. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, bye.